As a court, please, my lord, we confirm our appearance on behalf of the state. The registrar wants to call the matter first. Okay. As the court pleases, my lord, we confirm our appearance on behalf of the state.
Yes.
As it is the court, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 1 and number 3.
Okay.
This is the court, my lord. I confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 2.
Okay.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4, standing in for my colleague,
Okay.
Advocate Msholono, in respect of accused number 5.
Msholono, again.
Yes,
okay,
thank you.
fine. Sorry, man. You know what? I forgot my pen. Do you have a pen? Yeah, thanks. Yes, Mr. Bale.
As a court, please, my lord, the matter was adjourned last week Tuesday on the 20th to today to follow up on the information that Advocate Nisi requested.
Right.
This information can be classified in 3 categories of vehicle. The first category relates to the vehicles that were used by the SWAT unit during the period June 2020.
Right.
We have since obtained an affidavit from an official of the city of Ekurhuleni attached to the Information and Communication Technology Department, who has access to all AVL records of the motor vehicle of the Ekurhuleni Metro Council.
Right.
We've established that during that period, the team that escorted from Ekurhuleni Metro, that escorted the cold case unit, used 4 vehicles, and those vehicles are covered in this affidavit. It was namely a white Audi A3. The registration number is BZ35MCGP. It's got a fleet number as well, fleet number 261515. And secondly, it was a white BMW 125i with the registration number FT33GRGP with fleet number 262180. The third vehicle was a white Nissan double cab NP300, registration number CN71BVGP with fleet number 132247. And the fourth vehicle was a white marked Isuzu double cab with a registration number JC72PVGP with fleet number 133444. And in this affidavit, my lord, the official states that these vehicles were allocated to the SWAT team during the period 2020. And he states that there is no AVL data available for the period of 2020. This period covers the following months, my lord: May, June, and July 2020. He says there's no AVL data for these 4 vehicles and other vehicles that are owned by Ekurhuleni Metro Council. And he says, my lord, that he conducted a thorough search within the city's fleet tracking system, and he says, my lord, that prior to or that the current tracking system, my lord, was only implemented after 2020, the fleet tracking system. And he states furthermore, my lord, that there's no historical AVL data that was migrated from their previous tracking platform into the current system. And he attributes this to various factors. Firstly, he says this is due to a supplier lock-in, an unresolved contractual dispute between the service provider and the Ekurhuleni Metro, which prevented the city from obtaining legacy data from the previous service provider at the time of the transition. And he says the current system was locked without the legacy data being transferred to the current system. He therefore says, my lord, that there's no data, there's no AVL data from the Ekurhuleni Metro for the period 2020, nor can they get it from the previous service provider, as this exercise was done on many previous occasions on different matters, as well as after the current request without any success, my lord. And he attaches the certificate of registration from the INATI system to confirm that these 4 vehicles were or are owned by Ekurhuleni Metro. So in a nutshell, my lord, as far as the vehicles that were used by the SWAT members, no AVL records can be traced. Then the second category of vehicles is the one that was used by the crime intelligence, and that to a large extent refers to the Toyota Baki that was used by Constable the late Sergeant Mabena. In that regard, my lord, the investigating team was able to obtain a case docket that was open after Sergeant Mabena was involved in that fatal accident. It's a copy of the case docket, the post-mortem, as well as all the chain statements, the statements of the police officers who attended the scene after the accident. And there's also attached to this document photos of the vehicle wherein Sergeant Mabena demised the white Toyota Baki. There's also a statement from the section commander public transport in the Counter and Security Intelligence Unit at Head Office, dated 20 November 2023, addressed to Brigadier Gininda, and it's addressed to the head of the cold case unit, and it reads as follows: First Lawrence Cast 63610 of 2014, assist us for information on motor vehicle Toyota Hilux double cab, gives the registration number BK23RLGP. And it says AVL stroke tracker records for Sergeant K.S. Mabena. The important paragraphs are paragraphs 4 and 6. Paragraph 4 states as follows. The vehicle Toyota Hilux double cab registration number BK23RLGP was not fitted with auto vehicle location in brackets AVL or any other tracking location device due to the nature of the operations involved. Paragraph 5, the vehicle log sheet for the month of June 2020 was searched and could not be traced from the storage, and the person who may have been in better position to assist in this matter is now deceased. Paragraph 6, furthermore, the said motor vehicle was involved in an accident on 23 September 2022 where Sergeant Mabena lost his life as per Mettlenbeck CAS 142/9/2022, and the vehicle was written off and sold as scrapped as a result of the accident. And the affidavits that I referred to earlier on pertain to this case docket Mettlenbeck CAS 142/9/2022. Then the last category of the vehicles, my lord, is the vehicle that was used by Sergeant Mabena, on which information was also requested. The investigating team obtained the statement of a warrant officer who is attached to the Ekurhuleni District Office as a fleet manager, and he confirms that he received a request regarding one of their vehicles that was used by Constable Zungu, a Volkswagen Polo, on 26 October 2014, as well as the log books pertaining to that vehicle. He says after receiving this request, he requested for time to launch a search for the logbooks of this VW Polo, and he says he went into the storeroom. He checked, but unfortunately he couldn't find any record or logbooks of the of this vehicle. And he says he did check all their storage and nothing could be found. That is, my lord, the sum total of all the vehicles that were involved. So in other words, there's no historical data for the AVL records. For the Ekurhuleni Metro vehicles, as far as the vehicle of Sergeant Mabena Toyota Hilux, it wasn't fitted with AVL. The log sheets cannot be found, and this pertains to the vehicle that was used by Constable Zungu as well on the 26th of October.
Sorry, that vehicle, does it still exist, the Zungu one?
Well, I suppose so, my lord. He doesn't state as to whether
Okay.
it does exist, but I suppose it does still exist.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mnisi, any comments?
Thank you, my lord. This information, my lord, although initially it got requested by me on behalf of the accused, particularly the information relating to the AVL record from Ekurhuleni Metropolis, and the information relating to the vehicle that was utilized by Zungu in relation to his allegation in his evidence in chief here. But subsequent thereto, the court indicated that, and I understood that to be a court order. The court indicated that all vehicles, actually all records, AVL record of vehicles that were involved in the arrest of all the accused that are seated here at court should be made available to the defense. Hence, I am saying, although that was initiated by me, but it came out as a court order. That is just point number one. Number two, my lord, I realize that the state is reading an affidavit that was penned by somebody else, or is giving a summary of an affidavit that was penned by somebody else. May I just indicate, my lord, that there was never ever an agreement between the defense and the state that at some point in time evidence will be led through affidavits. That was never an agreement. So at all material times, if there is information that needs to be brought to court here, especially now that this is a criminal trial, that affidavit should be brought to court viva voce. There are issues that are contained in the affidavit here that we would still want clarification on. So we can really not, on behalf of accused number 1 and 3, limit ourselves to what is contained in this affidavit here. For an example, my lord, the statement relating to the non-availability, or the affidavit relating to the non-availability of the AVL records of the motor vehicles from Egu Ruleni. The person who penned this affidavit says that he went through their system, he could not find the record of the affidavit. But importantly, he also says again that furthermore, it is important to note on paragraph 4 of his affidavit, and I'm not validating the fact that evidence must be brought before the court through affidavits. It's just a response to my colleague, Malo, where he says that, furthermore, it is important to note that no historical AVL data was migrated from the previous fleet tracking platform into the current system. This was due to a supplier lock-in and unresolved contractual dispute, which prevented the city from obtaining legacy data from the previous service provider at the time of transition. As a result, the system was locked without the data migrated. This, to me, my lord, simply means that although the motor vehicles were used by Egu Ruleni Metropolis, somebody supplied to them with these motor vehicles. In other words, if I may be corrected if I'm wrong, these were leased motor vehicles. And if these were leased motor vehicles, people who would have been responsible for the fitting of the AVL system could not have been Egu Ruleni Metropolis or Egu Ruleni, what is it now? The Department of Transport. It must have been the people who leased them with these motor vehicles. Otherwise, if the person who leased or the company that leased them with these motor vehicles gave them, did not fit them with these AVL gadgets before it leased them to Egu Ruleni Metropolis, this person must have allowed Egu Ruleni Metropolis to fit their own AVL data. Now there's a gap there. We don't know whether when these vehicles were leased from whoever that they were leased from already had this AVL data or they did not have it. I don't know. But from the reading of paragraph 4, it seems to me that the person who might have leased these vehicles to Ekurhuleni Metro Police, because of a contractual dispute, kept certain AVL information with him pending the resolution of the dispute. So it is therefore incorrect to suggest that there was no record that was found relating to the AVL. There was, relating to the AVL records that were of the motor vehicles that were utilized by Ekurhuleni Metro Police, who assisted in the investigation of this case. To my mind, it simply tells me that they simply went to their records and they ended up there. But this information, it tells me that the supplier is the person who could have or who could be in possession of this AVL record. And I've mentioned, my lord, that this information is central to my presentation of accused number 3's case as per the instructions that I got from him. Therefore, it cannot simply be admitted on the strength of what is contained in here, and the person who penned this affidavit not being summoned to come and explain the circumstances relating to the leasing of the motor vehicle. Number 1, I'm sorry, my lord, the instruction that I got from accused number 1 in relation to his arrest on the 5th, this does not involve accused number 3. So it is just not enough for somebody to pen an affidavit and say, I'm unable to get information here, and therefore the story must end up there. No, it does not work out like that. Particularly now that this is a court order, and the court order is very specific. All vehicles, all AVL data must be made available. In other words, when the court says all, court simply does not say get into your system, and then if you realize that there's no AVL record that has been found, and then you can come back to court and tell me that there's no AVL record. They must go deep, because these AVL records are central to a just decision in this matter as it relates to accused number 3's case, my lord, without which accused number 3 would not have had a fair trial. I'm sorry, accused number 1 would not have had a fair trial, my lord. The same thing applies to the Zungu AVL thing, AVL request of, let me repeat again. The same thing applies to the requested AVL information of the motor vehicle that Zungu was using on the 26th of October 2014, as per his testimony that he drove from Tembisa to Johannesburg, where they had a traditional function there. We are only being told that they got into their storage and searched for logbooks. We're not looking for logbooks. We're looking for AVL records, as it happens with the Ford Fortuner, with the Toyota Fortuner, my lord. We're not looking for logbooks, because there's a propensity of information being falsified, and I'm saying this with due respect, in logbooks. That happens a lot. So that will not give a clear picture of the destinations or of the directions and places that this motor vehicle went to on the alleged dates, my lord. So we're not worried about the logbooks. They could not have been there in the storage. In any event, many things go missing in the storages everywhere, whether it's in the Department of Health, whether it's in the Department of Public Works, whether it's even in the police. Things go missing, as it has happened here. But we're not concerned about that. We're concerned with the AVL. If the state was able to get the AVL on the Toyota Fortuner, summarily they are unable to get the AVL records on these vehicles that you're requesting here, when a member of the investigating team specifically indicated that all vehicles are fitted with AVLs. It's very surprising, my lord. It's not only surprising, but it confirms our view that we had all along, that we could not have actually expected our persecutors to become our redeemers and saviors at the same time. And this is exactly what is happening here. And I pray that it does not really come to that. There's no investigation, proper investigation that was done here. I am still requesting that the people who penned this affidavit should either come to court here and give their explanation, be cross-examined, or be assisted on how to conduct this investigation, rather than to simply accept on the face of it what they are saying here. But in the main, my lord, this is central to the fair trial as it relates to accused number one. In so far as Mr. Mabena's vehicle is concerned, I heard a state saying my request was threefold. I'm not involved with Mr. Mabena's vehicle. But it can also be mentioned, my lord, that on the basis of what the court said, that all the AVL records of motor vehicles that were involved in the arrest of this accused person must be brought to court, then that remains also a requirement that AVL records must also be brought to this court. The fact that this motor vehicle was involved in an accident, it's neither here nor there. Unless the states want us to believe that that accident also took away the records that are stored in their system, which will be very unintelligent, my lord. We appreciate the information that this motor vehicle was involved in an accident, but there is nothing that explains in this document what is the situation with the AVL records. Thank you, my lord. I'm told, my lord, that accused number 3 would want to have my attention. Yes. Thank you, madam, for the indulgence. It almost skipped my mind that in our quest, in requesting this motor vehicle, we also make mention of a Qashqai motor vehicle. I had a look at what this Qashqai Sky motor vehicle is. I think it's so that it's a Nissan brand. Oh, it's made from Nissan. And accused number 1 is confirming that at the time of his arrest at Tembisa, throughout the day, this motor vehicle was also there. It has not been mentioned in any of the documents that were submitted to us here. You also mentioned, my lord, that there's a Ford Ranger that was also utilized by the Metro Police, which was marked as well. It has also not been mentioned here. He also mentioned that there was also a Golf that was driven by Jonathan that was also marked Metro Police Ekurhuleni. It has not been mentioned here, madam. So this is simply indicative of the fact that this was a cursory attempt to supply the information that was requested by the court, my lord. Hence, I am saying, on the strength of this, we cannot simply say, yeah, no, the police did everything that they can to get hold of this information, my lord. So they just need to do more than this, my lord. It's a request, it's not an instruction. If they are unable to do it, then they need to say so that we go and talk to our instructing attorneys and map the way forward, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Admissibility.
As the court pleases, my lord, let me start first with the documentation that has been provided to us. The first one pertaining to the late Sergeant Mabena. We acknowledge receipt thereof, my lord, and the contents thereof are self-explanatory. The deponent to the affidavit says he could not, this particular motor vehicle was not fitted with a tracking device or system because of the nature of work that Mabena was doing. It was intelligence work. Now, regarding the EMPD SWAT motor vehicles, when we last appeared in this court, Warrant Officer Lisering, who's present in this court, did confirm that these motor vehicles were indeed fitted with the AVL tracking system. And just to follow it, my lord, and to concretize on the point that is raised by Advocate Munisi, one of the vehicles that was driven by Jonathan, to wit a white VW Golf motor vehicle unmarked, is not mentioned amongst the cars for whom the records were sought to be obtained, and that is pertinent for accused number 2, my lord. But in addition, my lord, dare I say, without the fear of testifying in this court, I've worked matters relating to EMPD motor vehicles, and I know for sure, my lord, that previously these motor vehicles were leased from Afrinet and Avis, and therefore Avis and Afrinet were the owners before this migration that the deponent of this affidavit talks about. Perhaps will be the relevant people or organizations to approach pertaining to the AVLs before migration. Because the person doesn't say there are no records. He says he cannot find historical records because they migrated from somebody else. So that somebody else will hold the historical records. So I believe, my lord, as Advocate Munisi said, this was a cursory, leave me alone search. This was not a diligent search for what you are looking for. This was just to appease the court and say we've provided the records, my lord. That's the court, please.
Yes, my daughter indicated on the previous occasion that accused number 4 and 5 were not involved in any transportation. So, in that regard or respect, I will have no submission. Thank you.
Okay. Any response?
If I can respond to some of the issues that have been raised. My lord, as far as the proposition that the vehicles were leased, as the point that was made by Advocate Nisi and also buttressed by Mr. Admissibility, We finished the defense with copies of the INATIS system, as I mentioned earlier on. And the first certificate of registration pertains to a BMW 1 Series that is mentioned in the affidavit. It shows that this vehicle was bought new on the 8th of March 2017, and it shows the owner in the sense of a proxy, as naturally Metro, it's an entity and not a natural person. It shows the title holder, and it says name EMM Fleet, so it's Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet. That is the title holder. And it also shows the owner, and the owner is also EMM, Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet, and it says date of issue is 8 March 2017. So that's the municipality was the owner before 2020. That is as far as the BMW is concerned. Now, as far as the Nissan NP300 hardbody is concerned, same situation. The certificate of registration indicates that the date of liability is from 9 July 2013. And the title holder is also EMM, Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet. The owner is also Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet, and says date of issue 9 July 2013, so it's also before 2020. As far as the next vehicle is concerned, the Isuzu, the certificate of registration also indicates that the date of liability is 18 July 2019. It's also new. The title holder, it's Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet, and the owner is also Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality Fleet, and the date of issue is 18 July 2019. Then the other vehicle, it's the Audi. Date of liability is also 3 August 2012. It was bought new. And the title holder is also Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality. And the owner is also Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality. And the date of issue is 3 August 2012. So these vehicles, my lord, according to the certificate of registration, were owned by Ekurhuleni Metro Municipality and not leased. Then the second point that was raised regarding the Nissan Qashqai and the Ford Ranger as well as the Golf, we don't have information on that. We'll have to consult with the team from Ekurhuleni Metro. Then, as far as the use of affidavit is concerned, my lord, which is merely explaining to the court as to what the position is regarding the information that was requested. If my colleagues want these witnesses just to come and confirm what is in the affidavit, by all means, we can do that, but we submit, my lord, that I don't think that will be very useful to subpoena those witnesses just to come and confirm what is stated in the affidavit. And as far as the point raised by Advocate Nisi that they never agreed to the use of affidavit, when we're dealing with the warning statements, Advocate Nisi requested that each warning statement be accompanied by an affidavit, which was then furnished to them. I mean, they never raised the point that they would like each and every deponent of that affidavit be subpoenaed. But be that as it may, my lord, we submit that the state has indicated that the information sought is simply not available. And as considered by Mr. Admissibility, as far as the vehicle of Mr. Mabena is concerned, it wasn't fitted with an AVL. Even if we postpone this case, my lord, and another search is launched, it will simply come back with the results that these vehicles are not fitted with AVL. We therefore, my lord, submit that much as the accused need to be assisted with their version, all reasonable steps have been made to assist them with their version, and unfortunately, the information that is requested is simply not available. We therefore submit that the matter need to proceed now.
Yeah, fine. You know, this court has bent backwards. No court in South Africa can do what I did. And I've appeared in these courts for over 50 years. This court is not supposed to investigate any version. But this court, in the interest of justice, can assist like I did. But if Mr. Mnisi, Mr. Admissibility are not satisfied with the information which has been gathered through the assistance by this court, you are at liberty to subpoena these officials or gentlemen at liberty to subpoena them. Okay? At any stage of these proceedings, you are at liberty to subpoena them. Okay? You'll decide what you want to do. Thanks. Yeah, can we proceed then?
Emuva kokuthi inkantolo isilaleleke okushiwo umshushisi ethi-ke lokhu ebenicela-ke kakhulukazi yena-ke umsolo wokuqala nowesibili mayelana ney'moto lezi bayishilo-ke iy'moto ukuthi yiziphi kwayo iy'moto eziwu-4 lapha ama-registration abhaliwe ukuthi-ke lowo mbiko lowo awutholakali khona-ke nencwadi efungelo lokubizwa ngokuthi i-affidavit efundiwe la enkantolo ukuthi-ke lezo imoto lezo imininingwane ye-AVL lena ecelwayo ayitholakali. Maybe-ke ushilo ukuthi-ke akanemeke ilokho nokuthi-ke akwenziwanga uphenyo olujulileke ukona lokho bezocela ukuthi loyo muntu loyo obhaleke leyo ncwadi-ke eze kube uyena ozochaza lokho kanye naye-ke washo uMr. Admissibility ukuthi naye-ke akaneme ilokho kushiwo. Inkantolo-ke egcineni isithi-ke uma lokhu ekwenzile yona ukuthi-ke akusilona umsebenzi wayo inkantolo ukuthi yenze uphenyo, uma-ke abameli nani-ke ningeneme ilokho kushiwoyo-ke abameli benu banelungelo lokuthi laba abantu laba noma lo ekuyena obhale le ncwadi bababize noma babalethe beze la enkantolo bazochaza-ke noma bazokushoko lokho. Ngalamagama-ke inkantolo ithi-ke akuqhutshekwe ngoba-ke uyasho umbuso ukuthi-ke benzile-ke bona lokho bekufanele ukuthi bakwenze, kodwa-ke wabuya umbiko uthi cha akunamniningwane ekhona etholakalayo yazo-ke le imoto lezi. Ushilo-ke lwambiko ukuthi imoto lezi zazinikezwe yona-ke iSWAT unit ngayo uJune ka-2020 isikhathi-ke uMay, uJune noJulayi. Kwakhulunywa nangayo imoto eyawushayelwa uyena-ke uZungu nge-26 ka-October 2014. Mr. Mnisi ukhulumile ngayo-ke iCashkai ne-Ford Ranger kanye neGolf eyayishayelwa uyena uJonathan, kodwa-ke kuloko kubuyile uthi cha akukho noma-ke imininingwane ye-AVL abanayo abayitholayo.
Mr. Balui, just number those exhibits so that this case, if it goes anywhere else, you must be aware that there was information which this court had requested.
As a record, please, my lord. We will number them accordingly.
Yeah, please.
Sorry, my lord.
Yeah.
There's a hand.
Yeah?
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi. Let's go on.
My lord, may I request for an adjournment, a tea time adjournment, and early one. I need to take instructions from accused number 1.
Okay, what's your time then? Sir?
It's 11:05, my lord.
Okay, you can make it 1:30.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes. Yes.
As a court case, my lord, we have marked the affidavits and information pertaining to the various vehicles that were mentioned this morning,
Thanks, yeah.
from Exhibit XXX1 up to Exhibit XXX13. We'll mark my colleagues' copies during the long agenda.
Okay, fine, yeah. Yes, Mr. Nisi. You can go. You're still under oath, Brigadier.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. Brigadier, good morning. Good day. Good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
Thank you. Now, we're at Fossilores police station there, just at the beginning of the evening of the 5th of June 2020. But before we proceed on that aspect, just want us to take a bit of a reverse to issues that you have alluded to. Now, you would recall that you told the court that you only received a full statement, or you received an affidavit from Mr. Zungu in 1923. That is only in 2023, not so?
Yes, Constable Zungu, my lord, that's correct.
Yes.
Eqinisa ukuthi istatement sakho Constable Zungu ngasithola ngo-2023.
And would this have been for the first time that he detailed all the information that he knew about what could have happened, information that was within his own knowledge, what could have happened on the 26th of October 2014?
It is the first time he gave me the statement, my lord.
Thank you.
Kwakuwo kokuqala-ke enginikeza istatement mayelana nokwenzeka nge-26 October 2014.
Now, when you prepared your memorandum and your submissions to the office of the DPP, you did not have Zungu's statement, not so?
No, I did not, my lord.
Uma sengibhalela-ke abashushisi-ke ngisho-ke ngesinqumo sami mayelana nokuthi nokuphenya icala leli istatement sikazungu ngangingekabi naso noma ngangingenaso.
Thank you. Now, as part of your presentation to the office of the DPP, there's a statement that was read in court here on the 24th of January 2024. I think it's just a summary wherein you indicate the extent to which each of the accused persons that are before court here were involved, the evidence that is against them, and you went on to give your own analysis as to what your views were in respect of their involvement in the case, not so? I'm just not so sure what's the A number of that statement, but the statement that was read to record on 24/01/2024 when you were being cross-examined by Mr. Mgomezulu. I don't know if it's that one. I'm not so sure if you can recall that, Brigadier.
No, I don't, my lord. I think I'll have to be referred specifically to what statement are we talking about.
Ngitshele ukuthi isiphi le statement ekukhulunywa ngaso angisikhumbuli mina. Advocate uthi kune statement esafundwa la enkantolo nge-24 zika January 2024.
We have made so many statements. But I don't know whether it's A something or it's A what. As I'm saying, I'm getting this information from the record. My request that information might not be beamed there on the screen. As I'm saying, these are the proceedings of the 24th of January 2024. They are contained in page number 71. So I'm not in a position to say this is A178 or A198 or A1. I don't know. I'm not in a position to say that, but I'm in a position to say 2401, page 71. Those are the proceedings. Thank you, Madam. I think Dr. Sbasa is busy working on bringing that information on the big screen. This is the date, Madam. This is the date. 24/01/2024. Barry? Print. Oh, okay.
A225, my lord. So A227. A227. It's dated 20 November 2020.
Yes, I have A227, my lord.
Thank you. I'm not so sure whether. Remember, you've made so many statements, and your statements are not similar in all respects. So there's a bit of a difference here and there. I'm not so sure if this is the one that was read on record, but I'll go with what the state says. Thank you, sir. Now, I think let's rather go with what is contained in the records. The record of proceedings.
Yes, I have the recordings, my lord, the proceedings.
Okay. Thank you. Now, on page 75, are you on page 75?
Yes, I am on page 75.
Thank you.
my lord.
On line number 2 of the proceedings, you state that the evidence explained herein under oath indicates that the planning of the offense and gathering after the incident took place at Foslores, investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or a hit rather than a robbery gone wrong. evidence under oath revealed that 5 suspects actively participated in the planning and the execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Are you with me there?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiyabona ke la ekubhalwe khona ukuthi ke ubufakazi buyasho ke obufungelwe ukuthi ke kwakunokuhlelwa kwesigameko lesi futhi lokho kwenzeka ehostel eFosleras uphenyo futhi ke lona ke laselutshengisa ke olufungelwe ukuthi ke lowo owashona wabulawa noma ukuthi ke kwakuhleliwe ukubulawa kwakhe kungasikona ukuthi kwakubanjwa inkunzi futhi ke ubufakazi obufungelwe buyashoka ukuthi abasolwa abahlanu ibona ke abakuhlela lokhu ukubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Now, Brigadier, the person, in the context of the evidence that is before court, the person who came told to this court that this whole allegations of the killing of Senzo Meyiwa by these 5 accused persons, including 1 and 3, it's something that actually was hashed at their hostel. It's Zungu, not so. It's Constable Zungu. He's the one who introduced the whole subject of the hostel being guys that went out and came back with the firearms and celebrations and stuff like that, not so.
Well, my lord, I suppose if the question is, or the statement is that is Zungu the only witness who came and testified in this court, the answer I suppose then it will be correct. But to say he's the only one, that's incorrect, because we have the statement of Kwabeni prior to Zungu, prior to the memorandum being presented to the DPP, which talks to what happened at the hostel, what accused number 1 said before even the reporting of the deceased in this matter on the media. So it's two-folded. If the assertion is that in this court, the only witness that came to testify is Constable Zungu, I agree. But if the assertion is that he is the only one that talks to the planning, then that is incorrect, my lord.
Uma ukuthi ke lokhu ummeli akushoyo ukuthi ke uZungu yena kuphela oweza kule nkantolo wakusho ukuthi ke basolwa ke laba abahlanuke ekuyibona ke babe yingxenye yokubulawa kwakhe ke uSenzo, yebo ngizokuvuma. Uma kodwa ke ummeli ethi uyena kuphela owakhuluma owakusho ke lokho, cha angeke ngivumelana nako ke, noma ngoba uzokhumbula ukuthi noGwabeni ke wakusho ke lokho nangaphambilini kokuthi ke ngibhaleke noma ke ngisayineke lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke imemorandum ngihambise kubashushisi ukuthi kwakungasiyena yedwa noGwabeni naye wakusho lokho.
So your presentation to the DPP's office in relation to what happened at the hostel, the planning prior and thereafter, you are saying that in relation to what was contained in the statement of Kwabeni.
Yes, my lord, it is inclusive of Kwabeni. Kwabeni is not the only one who implicates accused 1 up to 5. You also have, and I'm saying from the top of my head now, and one can go to the docket because then I can be specific, but there is a statement of Simpwe Buthelezi, for example, who implicates accused 3 and 4 in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. And then you have the statement of Makosonke.
Sorry, Brigadier. My question is very specific. At the hostel on 26 October 2014.
Yes.
I'm not talking at random.
No, and my answer is not at random, my lord. It's specific. The implication of accused 3 and 4 by Simpwe Buthelezi relates to the day of the incident, the 26th. And Makosonke relates to the events that took place on the 26th of October 2014. So that's why I'm saying from the top of my head, I can think of these 3 statements. There could be more as we're investigating, but that's what I heard when I presented the case to the DPP. Constable Zungu came later. What I heard insofar as Zungu is concerned, this is now Constable Zungu, was his father's statement. And I indicated earlier in my evidence, my lord, that it is when his name was coming up during this investigation, even in the statement of Zungu, Sifiso Zungu, Kwabeni, that Constable Zungu was present on the 26th. That when I followed that up, then it resulted in the statement that he gave to us now in 2023, my lord.
Lana ke ngasilona ke qinisa ukuthi kwakuugwabeni kuphela nje umuntu ke owakhuluma ke noma esho ukuthi abasola babe ingxenye ke manje mangacabanga njena ke uyena uSimphiwe Buthelezi owasho ke ekhuluma ngaye umsolo wesithathu kanye nowesine kwakuuMakhosonke futhi naye ke esho ke noma ekhuluma lokho okwenzeka ke ngalelo langa manje ke uma sengiya ke eDPP noma ke kulabo abashushisayo nganginalezi statement lezi ke esikazungu sona ke safika kamuva istatement usemuva kokuthi igama lakhe lalivela ke kulezi statement.
Thank you, Brigadier. I think that's the aspect that I wanted to clear here. Thank you.
Understood, my lord.
Now let's go back to Flores at the parking lot. You said upon your arrival, you were introduced by Sergeant Mukhula to accused number 1, and accused number 1 was introduced to you by Sergeant Mukhula, not so?
That is correct, my lord. I said I was introduced and then I introduced myself. Yes, the introductions was done by Sergeant Mukhula initially, and then I then introduced myself in terms of the formalities and identifying myself, including in showing him my appointment card, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ke ngishilo ukuthi ke kwi parking lot ke noma la kuma khona ke imoto eFosloras uSergeant Mukhula uyena ke wethula umsolo oqala kumina ngase mina ke ngizothula kuyena ke nokuthi futhi ngimtshengise icard lami.
Thank you. Now, when you introduce yourself, what did you say who you are?
My lord, I did cover this, but just to remind for Advocate Minister, I did say I was the lead investigating officer in the this matter that is before court. I told him my name, my rank, where I'm stationed, and I showed him my appointment card, my lord. Police identity card.
Ngakusho ke lokho kodwa ke ngakuphinda ukuthi mangizethula ke ngasho ke ukuthi mina ohola ke ithimba eliphenyayo kulecala nokuthi ke ngisebenza phi ke noma ihhovisi lami likuphi ke ngabe sengimbonisa ke icard lami lomsebenzi.
Is there anything else?
No, in the identification, my lord, those were the formalities. That I'm a member of the South African Police, I was a colonel at the time, my appointment card, and that I'm the lead investigating officer in the matter before court. So in that instance, I would have referred to the case that involved the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ilokho ke ngakusho ke uma ngizethula ke kuyena ngangise uKennel ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ngitshela ukuthi mina ohola ithimba ke eliphenyayo lecala nokuthi ke futhi ke ngiphenya icala leli ke leli eliphambi kwenkantolo ke manje icala la lokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Thank you. And did you tell him the reason why you had to go see him?
That is correct, my lord. So it came after the second. So if one perhaps should put it in a sequence, in a proper sequence, so that it will flow correctly, at what stage did I tell him? So first I get introduced, then I introduce myself, then I ask the members who were there to excuse me so that I remain with him. Then I warned him according to his rights. First, I warned him according to his rights. I asked the members to introduce me. When they left, my lord, I warned him again according to his rights, but establishing the responses. For example, when I said the right to remain silent, what does he want to do? Then the response, and I've dealt with this during the trial, within the trial, my lord. So after we've gone through...
Sorry, Brigadier, this is not an interjection.
Okay.
But you know what, when you say you've dealt with this in a trial within a trial, Mr. Miss in a trial within a trial wasn't there for accused number 1, so it does not know. Thank you.
I'm not sure, my lord. Is the assertion that I must repeat all the evidence of the trial within trial now? Because I'm saying this.
No,
so that
nobody said you need to repeat that is that evidence of a trial within a trial. The question that I've asked you is, did you introduce? Who did you say you are to him? Now you are trying to explain, and now you come and say we have said that in a trial within a trial. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Mnisi was not there for accused number 1 in a trial within a trial. It does not know what happened in that trial within a trial. The question is, when you introduce yourself to him, who did you say you are?
The aspect, my lord, has already been covered. I think the previous question of counsel was that did you tell him why you had to see
Yes,
him?
exactly. I'm sorry. Thank you. Did you tell him? You see now, that is the thing, because you say a lot of things that have not been asked. You see, and I don't know if that is deliberately made, as it has just happened now. The last question that I asked you, did you tell him the reason why you had to go see him? Why were you there?
Yes, my lord, I did.
Yebo ngamtshela isizathu sokuthi ke ngiyombona ngalelo langa.
What is it that you told him you were there for?
That I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the death of Senzo Meyiwa, my lord.
Ngamtshela ubonake ukuthi kunesizathu sokuthi ngikholweke ukuthi ke waye ingxenye ke noma ke embandakanyeka ke ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Thank you. Now, at what stage was that?
But excuse me, my lord. You see, this is exactly what I was trying to avoid, because now I'm being asked at what stage, and that is why I was putting the sequence.
Brigadier, you don't have to avoid anything. Your duty is to answer questions that are coming from me. You are not there to try and avoid certain things.
No.
Your duty as there as a witness, you just have to respond to the question that I've asked. Now, the question that I'm asking you now is, at what stage did you tell him the reason for your visitation there? Yes.
My lord, when I said to avoid, I'm saying the sequence of events was addressing the very same question that I'm being asked now. That is why I felt, because Advocate Mnisi was not the one cross-examining me during the trial within trial, let me deal with the sequence of events that will take me to where he is. That was the purpose of where I was. But so the answer came, my lord, when I said to him I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the death of Senzo Meyiwa. It was after I warned him. And then he has indicated that he is willing to speak to me freely and voluntarily, and after I was satisfied that he was aware of his constitutional rights and that he was in his sober and clear senses. And then I put that question, my lord, of my reasoning, the statement that I just made now.
Le statement engiqeda ukusenza ke manje noma ukusisho ke manje ukuthi ngamtshela ukuthi ngesizathu sokuthi ngikholweke ukuthi wayembandakanyeka ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa kusemuva kokuthi ngamxwayisa ke emuva kokuthi ke ngase emuva kokuthi futhi ngase ngithola ke ukuthi cha amalungelo akhe ngamtshela ke ngawo ukuthi uyaweza amalungelo akhe nesizathu sokuthi ngibe khona ke lapho nempendulo ke ayenikeza ngaso yilapho ke ngase ngisho ke nako ukuthi nginesizathu sokukholelwa ukuthi ke wayembandakanyeka ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, before we proceed, now, this conversation, where does it actually take place? Is it taking place when accused is seated in the red Golf?
Yes, it is, my lord.
Yebo ke lokho kwenzeka ke umhlola ke nkathi ke ayehlezi ke yona iGolf le eyayibomvu.
And where were you?
I was in the Golf as well, my lord.
Nami ke ngangikuyona iGolf leyo.
And that is after you have requested these other members to excuse you.
That is correct, my lord.
Lokho ke kwenzeka emuva kokuthi sengibacelileke abanye zakwethu ukuthi ke ake basidedele.
Yeah, because accused number 1 had actually told this court, and that is what he also told me, that when you arrived there, actually when your team arrived there at the parking lot of the First Lawrence police station, they took him out of the Golf and he was seated down. He was not in a motor vehicle even when you arrived. So this conversation that you're talking about happened when he was seated down on the parking, he was not in a motor vehicle.
No, that's not correct, my lord.
Akusona ke iqiniso lokho ukuthi ke nkathi ke ngikhulumisana naye ke wayekhishwe ke emotweni wayehlezi phansi. Akusona iqiniso lelo.
Thank you. Now, you said you were in the motor vehicle. Where was accused number one seated in the vehicle?
He was seated at the back, my lord. I just don't remember whether it was the right rear or left rear, but it was the back seat of the motor vehicle.
La ayehlezi khona ke umsola ke kwangasemuva ke emotweni angisakhumbuli nje ukuthi ke kwakuyisandla sokunxele noma ke esokudla kodwa wayehlezi emuva emotweni.
And yourself?
I sat next to him on the back seat as well, my lord.
Ngangihlezi eduze kwakhe ke noma ke eceleni kwakhe ke nami ngihlezi emuva.
Now, you said during the time of your your introduction to him, you showed him your appointment card. Why did you show him your appointment card?
That's how introduction is done, my lord. You want someone, you identify yourself as a police officer. It's part of the introduction. You show the person the appointment card as a confirmation that indeed you are a police officer. So those are the formalities that you do every time, and that's how I've been taught. It was not an isolated incident with accused number one, my lord.
Indlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo ke uma ngabe uzothula ke leyo ukuthi ke umuntu umtshengiseke ikhadi lakho kwangasona nje isigameko esazenzekela noma kuyena yedwa ke umsolo wokuqala indlela futhi ke ngafundiswa ngayo uma ngabe uyichaza noma uzothula ukuthi uyiphoyisa kufanele umuntu umkhombiseke noma umtshengiseke okuhambelana naloko okushoyo noma okuyisiqinisekiso saloko.
Now, Brigadier, you have showed him your appointment card. You, as part of your introduction to him, and then you're also telling him that I've got information. Actually, let me say this. Did you say to him you've got reasons to believe or you've got information that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa?
No, my recollection, I would have said something to this extent. I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa, my lord.
Engakusho mina ke nangokukhumbula kwami ukuthi ngangesizathu sokuthi ngikholwe ke ukuthi ke wayembandakanyeka ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Thank you. Did you tell him that you received information from Sergeant Mohula that he says something akin to having a knowledge that he was also involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa?
No, I didn't, my lord. The sequence of events were exactly as I'm articulating them. So once I've put this part, the response amounted to what I suppose Advocate Mnisi will want to deal with. So we didn't get to the point of Sergeant Mohula. We didn't get to the point of what Sergeant Mohula informed me. The next answer to what I've put to him changed the direction of our discussion, my lord.
Angizange ngimtsheleke noma ngisho kuyena ke engakutshela mina ke uSergeant Mohula ngoba ke impendulo elandelayo anginikeza yona ke iyona ke manje eyase ishintsha ke manje ukuthi ke siya ngakuluphi ke uhlangothi asizange sifike kuloko ayengitshele kona uSergeant Mohula.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, why did you choose to conduct the interview with accused number one seated in the red Golf and not invite him to your vehicle?
No, it wasn't necessary, my lord. So what happened is prior to me arranging that we must meet at Phosphorus Police Station, I was informed by the members that they are proceeding to Phosphorus on investigations relating to accused number one. Hence, I opted that they should then meet me outside Phosphorus Police Station for me to satisfy myself with the information or the assertion that Sergeant Mohula was telling me that accused number one seems to be making some admissions in the case. So that was the first part that motivated me to meet him where they were en route on part of the investigation, my lord, because I did not know whether he will confirm what they're telling me or not. So there was no point for me to divert them, to take him out of the car, take him to my car. It would have been insignificant. My car was there. This was an official car, the Golf that he was in. My car was a private car. I think if I had to make that choice, I would prefer an official car than a private car, my lord.
Okokuqala ke nokuthi ke noma umbuzo uthi kwangani ke ungamthathanga umkhipheke aye kwimoto le owahamba ngayo. Okokuqala ngishilo ke ukuthi ke mina ke ngathola umbiko kubona ke oza kwethu ukuthi ke babe sendleleni eyakhona ke eFosloras behambela ke uphenyo mayelana naye ke umsolo wokuqala ngase ngithi ke asihlanganeni khona lapho ke manje le engangihamba ngayo imoto kwakuyiyami imoto manje ke isinqumo engasithatha ukuthi asihlale kulena ke imoto ekuyiyona imoto yomsebenzi sasingeke isizathu sokuthi ke manje ngibashintshe ke mina la ababeya noma kuloko ababekuhambele eyokuqala ke leyo ukuthi ke kwakungani ngikhulumele naye kwiGolf ebomvu.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, upon receipt of the information from Sergeant Mohula, subsequent to her interaction with accused number 1, is it not so that you could have formulated a view that wherever I'm getting to, there is just but a slight, or there's a possibility that I will be receiving either admissions or confession from accused number 1 in relation to the offense that we are investigating?
Sorry, my lord, I think I don't understand. Is that now after Sergeant Mohula informed me, or after both being informed by Sergeant Mohula and after myself I interacted with accused number 1? I'm not sure of the question.
That is the information that you received from Sergeant Mohula.
No, my lord. No, I couldn't form that part. I couldn't form that part, my lord, because like I said, I knew Sergeant Mohula 1 is not a commissioned officer, meaning she's not allowed by law to take confessions. That's the first part, my lord.
Mangiphendula ke umbuzo wakho kwakungekho ke okwakungitshela ukuthi lokho engitshela uyena ke uSergeant Mohula ukuthi ke wangaka ke ukuthi ke umsola useyahlambuluka ke namakhona akuvumayo ngoba oqala ke ngiyazi ukuthi ke akekho ke ukuthi akasiyonaka lokho kubizwa ukuthi commissioned officer noma ke umthetho omvumelike ukuthi ke angathi ayithathe ke iconfession noma ke la umuntu agonyuluka khona.
So that, my lord, was simply a sparking point to create the interest for me to go and talk to accused number 1 in order to satisfy myself that he is aware of his constitutional rights, that he was in his sober and clear senses, and that he was indeed making such assertions, if there were such any, my lord. I didn't know what he will tell me when I was going to meet them, my lord.
Ilokho ke manje okwakuseke manje kumphake umdlandla ke ukuthi ke ngiyeke kuyena ngiyozwa ke ukuthi lokho engikutshelwayo uyena uSergeant uMohula ingabe yinto azoyivuma yini noma ke azoyiphinda yini noma ke angeke ahambisane nayo ke futhi ke ngiqinisekiseke nokuthi ke amalungelo akhe ke ngokomthetho sisekelo uyawazi noma uyawezwa.
And that is why, lastly, to the answer to the question of Mr. my lord, that when I was satisfied that indeed he was making such assertion, there was change of direction where I requested now these members to move to Ereton, because then at that stage, after talking to accused number 1 and having satisfied myself that he was in his clear and sober senses, aware of his constitutional rights, and that he was willing to make a confession to an independent police office, I was now convinced that a confession must be taken. Hence the change of direction to say, let's move to Ereton while I'm trying to find an independent officer. So that part was formed after I engaged accused number 1.
Manje ke ukuthi ke ngifinyelela kulokho noma ke ngithola ukuthi yini ke le angitshela yona noma ayishoyo ke kumina umsola nokuthi ke manje bese kuyashintsha ke manje kushintshwe ke uhlangothi ukuthi ngibaceleke manje amaphoyisa lawo noma ozakwethu ukuthi manje abahambeke baye eEraton kusemuva kokuthi ke ngathola ke isiqiniseko sokuthi impela lokhu angitshela kona umsola yila avuma khona ke ukuthi ke yebo impela kukhona ke akwaziyo ukuthi ke bahambeke manje baye eEraton bese ukuthi mina ke ngithola umuntu okuyena umsola oqala azokhuluma kuyena.
That's my answer, my lord.
Yona ke impendulo yami leyo.
Yeah, no, it's an answer. But Brigadier, my question is simple. Upon receipt of the information from Sergeant Mohula about what accused number 1 said to Sergeant Mohula, did you or didn't you form an opinion or a viewpoint that wherever that I'm getting to, there's a possibility that I'm going to receive, or upon interviewing that suspect, I'm going to receive an admission about the occurrence of this offense and or a confession? That's just my simple question.
No, my lord, that's why I'm saying I didn't form that opinion. So Sergeant
Thank
Kohler
you.
did not tell me
Thank you.
word for word what was said. He simply said accused 1 is making some form of admissions about his involvement in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. That's it. Not the details word for word of what was said. And that conversation then led to the arrangement of us meeting in Foster's my lord, police station.
Kwangeke ke ngifinyeleleke kuthuma noma ke ngifinyelele ukuthi ke ngisho ukuthi umsola wokuqala uyavuma ke noma ke uyagonyuluka ngoba ke uSergeant Umkhula akazange angitsheleke imininingwane wathi nje kuphela ke ukuthi ke kuloku akushoyo kumina umsola kukhona ke akuvumayo yiloko ke manje okwathi ke waholela ekuthini ngifike kusinqumo sokuthi asihlangane eFosloras.
So you knew that there was an admission, according to Sergeant Mohula, that was made by accused number 1 in relation to this offense, not so?
No, I knew that she said, my lord, he was making some sort of admission, not the details. So I can't say I know when I don't have the details. I was not given the details of what is it that he told Sergeant Mohula. We didn't get them, my lord.
Engakutshela uSergeant Mohula ukuthi kwakukhona avumelana nako noma ke akuvumayo ke kodwa ke kwakungasikona ke ukuthi uSergeant Mohula wanginikeza ke imininingwane azange ke sigcile noma ke sijuleke kuloko ayengitshela kona noma ayekusho.
Thank you, Brigadier. You then decided that you were going to interview the accused in the Red Golf because you had seen no reason why you should use your own private car rather use the state's vehicle, not so? Which is the reason why you joined him in the Red Golf.
My lord, he was already seated in that car. I saw no reason why must I move him from that car to my car when I already took a decision to ask the members to excuse us because they were closer, they moved away. But he was a suspect. I already knew that he was already arrested for the case of drug dealing. So these factors, you take them into account. You're not talking about an independent person. You're talking about a person who's already incarcerated or rather arrested for the charge of drug dealing, because that's the report I got, that they've already arrested him. Now I can't now remove him to my car and know what if he escaped. So I'm simply saying, my lord, you take these factors into consideration when you do this part. You don't take this part in isolation of other factors. He was already arrested, the warrant was executed, I was informed of this fact. So I had to take that into account as well.
Angizange siboneke izathu ke sokuthi ke ngimkhipheke ngoba wayesehlezi ke kuleyo imoto ngimkhipheke ayekulena engangihamba ngayo imoto futhi manje bese ngishilo ke ozakwethu ngangisengibacelileke ukuthi ke abasishiyeke futhi ke lana ke sikhuluma ngomuntu ke owangangazi ke ukuthi uboshiwe ngoba ngakushelwa ke lokho eboshelwa ke noma wayeboshelwe icala eliphathelene nezidakamizwa manje kumuse uthatha leso sinqumo leso ke usithatha ke uhlanganisa konke lokho ingakho ke ngathi ke noma ke nganquma ukuthi ke asesihlala kuleyo golf ebomvu.
That's my response, my lord.
Yona ke impendulo yami leyo.
You were afraid that he was going to escape, Brigadier.
It's not. It's being responsible, my lord. The members. So, I'm meeting these members with the following information: one, that they are still busy with investigation. They are with accused number 1 en route to foster us because they are busy with the investigation. At that stage, I do not know what accused number 1 will tell me, so I can't assume things will turn this way until I speak to him. 2, I'm aware that the warrant of arrest, insofar as the drug dealing matter, has been executed. I'm aware that, so he's arrested for that particular matter. Thirdly, my lord, he comes to me in an official vehicle, cuffed. Now, if I remove him from the police vehicle to my private vehicle, I don't think that would have been a responsible thing to do. For what purpose, my lord? Because I asked the members to excuse me, to move apart from us, and they did. I think that was a proper decision that I made, my lord. I don't see a reason why I should have asked him or remove him from this car to my private vehicle. I don't think I would have done that, my lord, even if I'm asked to do it again.
Angicabangi ukuthi kwakuyinto engangayenza noma ngingacela ukuthi ke angikuphindeke lokho engakwenza ngalelela langa ngoba ke sikhuluma lana ngabantu ke ukuthi ozakwethu babephenya ke lana kwakuyicala leli eliphathelene nezidakamizwa babeliphenya ngangisengitsheliwe ukuthi ke futhi nayo ke iwarrant yokuboshwa kwakhe ke mayelana naleli cala lelo yayiseyikhishiwe ke manje ke futhi ke ngimkhiphe kulena imoto ekuhanjwa ngayo ekuyimoto yabo ke yomsebenzi angicabanga ukuthi ke ngangakwenza lokho.
You're also afraid that he was going to escape, Brigadier.
Wawusaba nokuthi wayesengabaleka noma wayengekho.
It would not have been responsible for me to do that, my lord. Anything could have happened. If I had to do that, I would have had to have a justification or a reason why must I remove him from the police car to my car. There was none, my lord. Yes, he could have escaped or attempted to escape. Anything could have happened. But the important thing, there was no reason for me that I saw of removing him from the police car to my private car, my lord.
Noba yini ke yayingenzeka ke kodwa ke nje engakusho ukuthi ke sasingekho izathu noma ngangasibona izathu sokuthi ke ngamkhipha kuleyana imoto ekuyimoto yamaphoyisa ngimlethe kweyami imoto engangihamba ngayo kwakuyimoto ke eyami engasiyona eyomsebenzi.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, did you at any stage say to the accused, look, I'm a colonel, and being a colonel, these are some of the things that I am by law can do. I can take a confession from a suspect. I can take admission from a suspect. I can also do a pointing out with the suspect. You know, all those things that fall within the category of a colonel, of a commissioned officer, which the non-commissioned officer can't do.
No, I didn't get to that, my lord.
Angizange ke ngifinyeleleke lokho ukuthi ngimtshele ukuthi isikhundla sami ngukheneli nazi ke izinto engingazenza noma ke umthetho ongivumelayo ukuthi ngingazenza ke elinye ke iphoyisa elingekho ke kulesi isikhundla sami elingeke lizenze angizange ngifinyelele kulokho.
Why, Brigadier?
Because, my lord, I felt it was not necessary.
Thank you.
The necessity was to make sure that the accused understand his constitutional rights, his state of mind, it is clear, and then that he was willing to make a statement to an independent police officer. When that affirmative was made, my lord, there's no reason for me to bring this part. If I was taking the statement myself, then this part Advocate Mnisi is asking me about was going to kick in, where I was going to tell him that by the virtue of my rank, I'm also recognized as justice of the peace and explain what justice of the peace means to him, because then I was dealing with his confession. But the discussion went to him being prepared to make a statement to an independent officer, and hence the arrangement of Colonel Mboto was done, my lord.
Sasingekho ke isidingo ke sokuthi kwenzeke lokho ngoba ke ekuqala uma ukuthi kwakuyimina owayezothatha ke istatement kuyena noma ke iconfession leyo ke ngangizokusho ke lokho kodwa ke ngoba lapho kwakuyoqinisekisa ke lokho ekwashiwo noma ngakutshela ukuthi lokho akusho nokuthi futhi ke amalungelo akhe ke uyatshelwa ngawo nokuthi ke futhi ke usemqondweni ke ngokupheleleke ukuthi ke akukho nje okumphazamisa yingakho ke kwase manje ke kuthathwa ke step esilandelayo kusokuthi ngimhlanganise naye ke uKennel Mboto ngoba ngangazi ukuthi kwakungasimina wayezothatha istatement kuyena.
But what I did say, my lord, sorry, when he was obviously now telling me about his involvement, I did say that what he says to me can be used against him in a court of law, because he's speaking to an officer who can then indicate at a later stage what he has told me.
Kodwa ke engakusho kuyena manje ke uma wayesesho ke noma echaza ke ukubandakanyeka kwakhe ke kwisehlakalo lesi ngasho ke kuyena ke ukuthi lokho ngitshela kona ke manje kungasetshenziswa ke enkantolo ngoba manje ukusho ke kwiphoyisa ke eli ngokusemthethweni ke elingakwazi ke ukuthi likwenze lokho likudlulise enkantolo ukuthi yiloko akusho kumina.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, why did you have to be assured of the fact that his mind was clear?
It is a requirement when someone makes a confession, my lord.
Kwakungani ke kufanele manje uqiniseke noma unesiqiniseko sokuthi ke akukho nje okumphazamisayo ke emqondweni okunye ke lokho okulindeleke noma ke okufanele ukuthi ke kube njalo ke uma kuukuthi umuntu uyagonyuluka ukuthi ke ngokwasemqondweni ke ukuthi cha usemqondweni ngokuphelele akukho okumphazamisayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. But how would you have known, Brigadier, that he was going to make a confession and therefore his mind needed to be clear when you haven't just yet started talking to him?
No, but that's not how it unfolded, my lord. That's why I said after I informed him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the death of Senzo Meyiwa, the response is there, amounted to a confession. So his response was to this extent, yes, I was involved, but I'm not the one who pulled the trigger. The person who shot him, it's Marco. So he started talking there, my lord. It just flew like that all the way in terms of his role, the people that were there, etc., etc. So there and there, my lord, he implicated himself in response to my assertion of saying I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Manje ke wazikanjani ukuthi manje ke noma ke umqondo wakhe ke kufanele ukuthi nje uclear ke noma ke akukho kumphazamisa uma kwakuukuthi ungekakhulumi naye cha emuva kokuthi sengishilo ke kuyena ke ukuthi nizathu sokuthi ngikholwe ukuthi ke wangibandakanyeka noma wawukhona ke kulaweni kaSenzo Meyiwa impendulo zakhe ke la waseqala nje ukuthi ke akhulumeke lapho ukuthi yebo ngangikhona ke noma ngangiyingxenye ke kodwa cha akusimina ke owadubula umakho owadubula nje ukukhuluma kwakhe ke yilokho ke okwangitshela ke mina ukuthi ke manje use yavuma noma uyagonyuluka.
Brigadier, I'm listening. And listening very attentively to what you're saying. You told this court that when you started to engage with him, you explained his rights, and I can assume that you explained his rights in terms of the Constitution as you would refer them to, before you started talking to him. And on the same vein, breath, you also made sure that his mind was clear. In other words, you explained his right, then you also satisfied yourself that his mind was clear. Are you able to follow?
Yes, I am, my lord, and I do agree.
Now, the question is, having explained, I'm going to start it from there. Having explained his rights to legal representation and making sure that his mind is clear. Question is, why did you have to make sure that his mind was clear before you started to talk to him?
Because it's a requirement, my lord, that when a person, as I said, remember, I'm giving these rights, my lord, on the background that I've been informed that is making some form of admission. So I knew where I was going with the discussion. Now, having placed these rights, the Section 35 rights to him, and then establishing the responses that he's willing to speak to me freely and voluntarily, then I've put the question, my lord, and the response is what I've said, implicated him in the matter.
Ukhumbuleke ukuthi ukuya kwami kena ke ngiyokhulumisana naye ke kusekamuva ke kwalokho engakutshelwa ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke akuvumayo ke mayelana nalecala leli ke manje sengimtshela ke ngamalungelo akhe ke anawo nokuthi ke ngiqiniseke ukuthi ke umqondo wakhe ke impela akukho kumphazamisayo ke impendulo lezo ke futhi ke nalokho sengisho ukuthi ngaya lapho ngazi ukuthi khona lokho engikutsheliwe ukuthi kuyini ke akuvumayo ke kanye nempendulo zakhe ke ezilandelayo khona lapho.
So, Brigadier, even before you started talking to him, you knew that accused number one had already made certain admissions about his involvement in the death of Senzo, not so?
My Lord, I knew that he made certain admissions to Sergeant Mohola. I didn't know the details of the admission, but I was told, I was aware, hence I requested that they must meet me in Foster's as they were going there, that he made some form of admissions to Sergeant Mohola about his involvement in the death of Senzo Meyiwa. That I knew prior to our meeting.
Ngaphambi kokuthi sihlanganeke eFoster's ngangazi-ke ukuthi-ke kukhona-ke akushilo-ke noma-ke akuvumeleke mayelana-ke nembandakanyeka kwakhe-ke ekushoneni kwakhe-ke uSenzo Meyiwa, yingakho-ke ngase ngithi-ke asihlanganeni khona-ke eFoster's.
Let's not qualify the nature of these admissions, Brigadier. Whether they were in details or not, we'll get there. But for now, we knew that he made certain admissions to Sergeant Mohola about possible involvement in the death of Senzo. Not so.
I knew the statement, my Lord. Not so what? Because I don't want to be misunderstood, my Lord. I didn't know the details of the confessions. In other words, sorry, the admission that he made to Sergeant Mohola, because I was not given that, except the statement that he was making some admissions about his involvement in the death of Senzo Meyiwa. That's what I knew, and not the details of what is it that he told her. That I didn't know.
Angizange ngitsheleke ukuthi-ke empeleni yini lena ayisho-ke noma-ke kujulwe-ke noma nginikezwe imininingwane, kodwa nje engangikwazi noma ngakutshelwa yena-ke uSergeant Mohola ukuthi-ke kukhona-ke akuvumayo-ke mayela nokubandakanyeka kwakhe-ke ekushoneni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa, kodwa angizange nginikezwe imininingwane.
That is exactly my point, Brigadier. Let us cut out these details. The bottom line is you knew that accused number, before you even started talking to him, that accused number one had already made certain admissions to Sergeant Mohola about involvement in the death of Senzo, not so?
Yes, I knew, my Lord.
Yebo ngangazi-ke ukuthi yebo khona-ke akushilo kuyena noma kuvumile kuyena uSergeant Mohola mayelana nokubandakanyeka kwakhe ekushoneni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
Thank you. Now, when you approached him, it was basically to go and to get the details of those admissions, not so?
No. So, my Lord, I didn't know what he will tell me. I mean, I've seen, experiences taught me that sometimes you're told this, when you get to the deponent, he tells you something else. I didn't know. I didn't know the details of what he told Sergeant Mohola. I was not even aware that he is going to be saying whatever that he told her when I meet him. What was paramount for me, one, was to make sure that he understands his right. Secondly, to establish that he was in his clear and sober senses, and then listen to what he wanted to tell me, my Lord, so that I can then take the matter forward. So I didn't go there with a preconceived idea that he's going to talk, because I didn't know what he said, and I didn't know what he will say when I get to him, my Lord.
Ngangayanga lapho ke ngitshela ukuthi uzokhuluma, ngangayanga lapho ngoba ke ngangazi ukuthi yini ayishilo, futhi ke ngazi ukuthi yini azoyisho kumina ke ngoba ke ngesikhathi ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ke wenza ke umsebenzi lona ke kuyenzeka ke ukuthi ke utshele lokho uma usufika ke kuloyo muntu loyo yena ke angakhulumi lokho okutsheliwe, kodwa ke abe esekhuluma okunye. Okwami kwakwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ke ngempela kamalungelo akhe uyawezwa, ukuthi ke ngokwempela ngokomqondo ke usemqondweni ke ophele, futhi nokuthi ke akukho okumphazamisayo, bese ukuthi emuva kwalokho ke sesiyaqala ke ukuthi ke siyakhuluma.
Brigadier, you're running around in circles. I'm noting that. But let us try to make progress. Explain his rights, and thereafter ascertained, I don't know how to put words in your mouth. What did you say about his mind being clear again?
I was of the view, my Lord, that he was in his clear and sober senses.
Mina ke ukuthi ke wayesemqondweni ke ngokuphelele.
No, Brigadier. No. You said you explained his rights in terms of the Constitution, and you had to ascertain that his mind was clear, not so?
No, my lord, I think maybe I'm not a doctor. So, but with greatest respect, I'm not saying in a bad way. When you interview a person, especially for the purpose of a confession, you need to satisfy yourself, meaning now the person that you're interviewing, that person is in his clear and sober senses. That is done by observing the person, the interaction that you're having. I'm referring to that part, that according to my observation, that's the opinion I formed, that he was in his clear and sober senses. And if I recall, I just don't remember at what stage, my lord, I may have asked him as well if he took any intoxicating drugs or anything, and he said no to me, my lord.
Lokhu ke ngikusho ke nginkulu ke inhlonipho ukuthi angisiyena ke udokotela. Uma ngikhuluma ngalokho ke ngikhuluma ngokuthi ke uyaxoxisana noma uyakhulumisana nomuntu. Manje ke usuyambuka noma uyambheka ke indlela akhuluma nawe ngayo noma ke impendulo akunikeza zona. Yilokho ke engikushoyo ngokuthi ke umuntu abe semqondweni ngokupheleleka ukuthi akukho nje okumphazamisayo. Ingakho ngambuza ke nombuzo ukuthi ke ingaba ikhona yini idakamizwa oyisebenzisile, wangiphendula ke wathi cha. Yilokho engikushoyo engikhuluma ngakho.
Thank you, Brigadier. You know, that's another challenge here. Because that requirement that you're talking about, that the person should be in his clear and sober mind, is a requirement for a taking of a confession, not so?
Yes, it is. But remember, it is. I agree, my lord. But remember, my lord, I'm saying you can't separate this from the fact that I was told that he seemed to be making some form of admissions, even though I didn't know the details. So I went there to check because I knew the position of Sergeant Mokola. If he was an officer, I would have obviously asked for more details. So I went there, taking into account the issues of the constitutional rights. But then when I move to questions and assertions in terms of what he wants to do, I have to warn him in line of where we're going. Because had he said, I understand, and he doesn't say, he implicates himself, then the question was going to follow up to say, you may have said certain things to Sergeant Mokola about your involvement. What? So it would have went there. So I had to warn him proper, make sure that he understands his right, but most importantly, my lord, that he fits the criteria of making such assertions. Because if I was of the view that he is intoxicated, that conversation would have ended there. I couldn't take it further with someone who's under intoxication or under influence of drugs, my lord.
Yebo, lokhu kangeke ukuhlukaniseke nokuthi uma ngifuna ukuthi ngibheke isimo somqondo wakhe ke ukuhlukanise nokuthi ke uma ngiya lapho ke kukhona ke lokho esengikutsheliwe uyena uSergeant Umukhula. Ngakho ke manje uma ngifika kuyena ke sengimxwayisa ke ngamalungelo akhe ke ngimtsheleke ngamalungelo akhe nokuqiniseka futhi ukuthi ke lo muntu lona ke akayisebenzisanga izidakamizwa. Uma ngangithola ukuthi wayisebenzisa izidakamizwa noma ke ephuzileke, leyo nkulumo leyo yayingeke iqhubeke noma iye phambili.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Brigadier, you are saying in your own word of mouth that you're not a doctor. Now, the question that immediately followed thereafter is, how would you then have ascertained that his mind was clear and he was not insane and sober, and that he was insane and sober senses? Oh, I thought Dr. Swandi is objecting.
No, my lord, my understanding of that requirement, it does not require you to do a physical or a medical examination. The mere observation by the justice of the peace in terms of the person sitting in front of him is sufficient. I'm not aware that you should actually subject the deponent to a medical assessment in order to check his state of mind. That's not my understanding of that requirement.
Akusilona ke ulwazi enginalo ke lolo ukuthi ke uma uqinisekisa ukuthi ke umuntu ngokwasemqondweni ke akukho nje okumphazamisayo ukuthi ke kufanele ke umhambiseke noma ke abhekwe ke udokotela noma ke emtholampilo engikwazi ukuthi nje uma uhlezi ukhulumisana naye ke indlela ke leyo othi kufinyelele ngayo kuleso sinqumo leso ukuthi cha lo muntu lona usesimeni ke sokuthi angaqhubeka angakhulumisana nawe akukho okumphazamisayo ngokwasemqondweni.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, what was the reason for you to mention earlier on that you're not a doctor or you're not a medical practitioner in the context of what you had to do then?
No, because the question, my lord, was asked as to how could I say he was in a clear and sober senses. That's how. So I was responding to that in twofold. That as much as I'm not a doctor, because I understand the question testing my knowledge or my expertise as to whether am I the person even to make such an assertion that a person in his clear or sober senses. So I was responding to that part of my understanding, my lord.
Uma bengiphendula ke ngaphambilini ngithi ke angisiyena ke udokotela bengiphendula ngokwendlela engibuzwe ngayo ke ukuthi ke ngafinyelela kanjani ke kulokho ukuthi ke ngithole ukuthi ke wayesemqondweni ke ngokuphelele ukuthi yini bengiphendula ke ngaphansi kwalokho uma bengikusho ukuthi angisiyena udokotela.
Thank you, Brigadier, and you still insist that you are not a doctor.
Well, if I'm being asked, my lord, am I qualified to say medically his state of mind is clear? No, I'm not a doctor, can't say that. But if I'm being asked that's the requirement, and that's why I said insofar as I know, I don't think that requirement requires a medical support by the magistrate or a justice of the peace. That's my understanding, my lord.
Engakusho ukuthi ke uma umbuzo uthi ke uyena wena udokotela ngokuthi ke ngifundeleke ngizosho ke ngithi cha angisiyena kodwa ke ukuthi ke yini evinjelekile ke noma ke umuntu ke umbheka noma uthola kanjani ke ukuthi ke usesimeni sokuthi ngakhulumisana ke nawe ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi yini ekufanele uyibheke uthole ukuthi cha lo muntu ngakhulumisana naye noma cha.
Thank you, Brigadier. So having had this preliminary interview with him, the explanation of the rights, according to your testimony and your observation as to his state of mind, his clearness, sobriety, and etc., what was your conclusion or your view? Yes. What was your layman's view about what you were trying to find?
No, my view was based on what he was telling me, my lord. It was factual. It was not a view. It's what he told me, and what he was telling me, in my view, amounted to a confession. And when it was clear that he's willing to make a statement to an independent officer, I then, and that is where I said the best practice rule then kicked in, because I then thought perhaps then someone independent indeed can assist. So it's basically what he told me, which I was of the view implicates him in the matter, and subsequent to that, then arrangements for Kenenboto to obtain a written confession was then made by me, my lord.
Kwaku iloko ayengitshela kona ke iloko ke ekwaholela ke kuthini ngifinyeleleke ekuthini ke akutholakale ke umuntu noma ke iphoyisa ke eliyimele noma ke elingahlangene nophenyo kube ilona ke elizothi liqhubekeke naye uma ke manje wayesekhuluma esho ke ukuthi ke embandakanyeka ke kusona ke isehlakalo lesi kwase ke emuva kwalokho ila engenza khona ke amalungiselelo ukuthi ke akahlangane noKennel Mbotho.
Yeah, you misunderstood my question, Brigadier. My question is simply that in your quest to try and ascertain that before you started talking to him, his mind was clear. He was in sane and sober senses. You did certain things. Now, on the basis of those things, what was your conclusion about his clear mind and his state of saneness and sobriety? not talking about things that he said in the content of how the offense was committed. These are just the preliminary things.
No, okay, I understand, my lord. But it's not how it was done, my lord. I've explained the sequence of events. It's not like I had a session where I have to interrogate certain part, pack it, and move to the next. The sequence of the events, they arrive, I get introduced, I introduce myself, I warn him according to his rights, I ask the members to leave. Then I warn him again according to his constitutional right, assessing the question, and in that moment, as I'm talking to him for the second time, I'm reading his posture, my lord. Is he conscious of what I'm saying to him? Unfortunately, we're speaking in Zulu, so I'm a Zulu speaking person and was Zulu speaking person. So in that process of the second notice of rights, I was able to establish and read his state of mind at that stage. And at some stage, as I said, my lord, I asked him specifically if he took any intoxicating substances. The answer was negative. Now, at the end of that, of those warning, my lord, I then put it to him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. His response then amounted to what implicated him in this matter. So that's how it flowed. So we didn't deal with one packet. It flowed like that, my lord, and it got in there immediately. There was no part where we stopped the right and focused in his sobriety. No, it flew exactly as I'm telling. And then subsequently, then Colonel Mboto, we moved then to Ereton while I was getting an independent officer, and Colonel Mboto was then found, my lord.
Asikhona-ke ukuthi-ke sasibheke noma sigxile udaba oluthize bese siyema-ke sidlulela kudaba olulandelayo-ke ngishilo-ke ukuthi ngafika-ke ngase ngethulwa-ke khona laphayana-ke nami-ke ngazithula kuyena-ke ngase ngicela-ke ukuthi-ke ozakwethu abasishiye-ke ila sengimtshela khona ngamalungelo akhe sengimtshele ngamalungelo akhe-ke nanjengoba ekhuluma-ke noma sikhulumisana-ke ila engimbheka khona ngimbuka khona-ke nokuphendula kwakhe-ke futhi-ke uma esephendulile-ke ila ekugcineni khona-ke sengimtshela-ke ukuthi kunezathu sokuthi ngikholelwe-ke ukuthi-ke wayeyingxenye yesihlakalo noma-ke isigameko lesi sokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa. Ilapho-ke emuva kokuthi-ke esephendulile-ke kulokho ngathola khona ukuthi-ke useyagonyuluka-ke manje ngathatha isinqumo-ke sokuthi abahambe baye Ereton ngathola-ke uKolonel Mboto.
So, Brigadier, your explanation says to me there was no point where you interacted with him then, where you actually formulated a view that this person was in his clear mind, was in his sane and sober senses, except for that little question that you asked him if he took drugs or alcohol or what?
No, that's not correct. It's not what I've said, my lord. I'm saying from the time I was introduced, the interaction starts. And then I introduce myself to him. This is now accused number one. The interaction starts. You're starting to talk to the person. Subsequent to that, then the warning of rights in terms of Section 35 starts. Those warning, the rights that I gave, they were directed to accused number one. So there is interaction. Thereafter, I asked the members to excuse me, the members who were there. I remain with him. I continue administering his Section 35 right and requesting responses from him. Right to an attorney. Do you want an attorney? The response is no. He is talking to me, my lord. So that is the sequence that I'm talking about. That in the midst of giving this right, you interact, you are able to form an opinion that the person is either okay or not okay. That's how I dealt with it, my lord.
Indlela engenza ngayo-ke ngaphambilini-ke kwalokho nje engikushiyelele-ke ngaphambilini ukuthi-ke ushilo uKolonel uBrigadier ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi-ke sasikhuluma okunye futhi ukuthi sasikhuluma isiZulu-ke ngiyumZulu-ke naye-ke futhi wayikhuluma isiZulu. Okwenzeka ukuthi ngishilo ngaphinda futhi-ke ukuthi ngafika ngethulwa nami ngazethula kuyena ngabacela ukuthi abasishiyeke ngakhulumisana naye ngimtshela-ke ngamalungelo akhe-ke anawo ngokomthethosisekelo. Futhi-ke nanjengoba sikhuluma-ke ila engithola khona-ke ukuthi-ke cha ngokuphela uyakuzwa-ke lokhu engikushoyo kuyena uyakulandela lokho isigameko sesibili-ke sebehambile ozakwethu la esikhuluma khona engithola khona ukuthi impela-ke la ngenkulumo siyazwana.
Thank you, my lord. 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 Thank you, my lord my attention is drawn to the registration in the chronometer. A chronometer is a watch. That it is almost a penultimate minute to 13 hours. May I, therefore, in humble submission to God Almighty, request this court for a lunch adjournment. We'll come back on that aspect. Thank you, my lord.
You want to say something, Mr. Admissibility? Okay, lunchtime, 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Can't why so we say not okay. As it please the court, my lord.
Yeah.
Brigadier, you just told to the court that you the question to your answer that you gave was how it appeared to me that throughout the interaction that you had with accused number 1, you seem not to have formed the view that he was in his mind, in his clear mind, sane and sober senses. And your answer was, no, Mr. Mnisi, you had me wrong. Actually, as I went along explaining his rights, and the information that he gave me, it appeared to me like he was in this clear mind, sane and sober senses. Is that what you said?
That's what I said, my lord. But in addition to that, I said I asked him if he took any liquor or intoxicating substance.
Ngishilo ukuthi ngokukhuluma kwami naye ke umsola ila engathola khona ke ukuthi ngempela ke ukuthi akukho kwakumphazamisa ngase ngimbuza futhi ukuthi akaphuzile yini noma akasebenzisile idakamizwa.
Now we know, Brigadier Kininda, that just before I come to the knowing part of it, at what stage did you ask him whether he had something, he took something alcoholic or not?
During the notice of rights, my lord, the administering of section 35 notice of rights.
Ngalesikhathi ke ngimtshela ke ngamalungelo akhe leso sikhathi ngambuza ngaso ukuthi akaphuzile yini noma azikho yini idakamizwa ayithathe.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now we know that that is just the word of mouth that comes from you. Whether you said it or you don't say it, there's nothing independent from which that can be verified, not so? Except what you're saying.
No, but that's not correct. I made available the copies of my diary, which clearly indicates, my lord, during the trial within trial, that he was warned according to his section 35 rights. That those copies of the relevant dates, including the 30th of May 2020, was made available to the defense, including Advocate Mnisi.
Akusilona ke iqiniso ukuthi into nje engikhulumayo noma ngishoyo le ngomlomo incwadi ke ngibhala kuyona ke lokho kubizwa ukuthi phecelezi ke idiary ngakunikeza ke la enkantolo na njengengxenye yobufakazi ama date ke ufaka phakathi ke nale date yange 20 zika May 30 May 2020.
Thank you, Brigadier. I don't know if I had anything to do with that diary. I'm not so sure if the state can help me, my lord, just to determine the exhibit number of the copies of those diaries. I don't know if they were even handed to court. But if I can be assisted with the copies, with the exhibit number of those diaries, I don't mind to go throughout the night, just to go and page through the stack of papers that is there at my office, just to come to that paper. Whilst the state, my lord, is paging through also the stack of papers that I have there, we will put that point in abeyance. But let us proceed along those lines, Brigadier. Now, in that diary, in that diary of yours, now, what information is contained?
It's a summary, my lord. It simply indicates the accused's name.
Yes.
And I think to the extent that he made a confession and that he was made aware of his Section 35 constitutional rights. And I think it also refers to Colonel Mboto and his mobile number that I used at the time to find him as the person who was willing to assist with the confession. And later on, when he called me to say he is done, and then that I should come and take the confession statement from him. That is a summary of what I recall in that diary.
Engikhumbulayo ke okhona kuleya data ebhaliwe laphayana isifinyezo nje esilaphayana uKenneth Mbotho inamba yakhe ayisebenzisa ukuthi ngixhumane naye ke kamuva sexhumana nami mase ngitshela ukuthi angize ngizothatha ke istatement leso amagama akhe ke igama nesibongo sakhe umsolwa nokuthi ke futhi ke wagonyuluka noma wenza ke istatement leso ikona nje okubhaliwe noma okukhona laphaya.
Now, when was that information written in that diary?
On the same day, my lord, 30 May 2020.
Loko ke kwabhalwa ngalela langa ke langa 20 May 2020 lapha kuleya ncwadi noma kuleya diary.
At what point? When I say when, I mean at what point? When what was happening?
It was read, my lord, so you will interview the person or engage the accused. After we go to Eroton, then I will document what transpired. Leading up to the time after I had a discussion with Colonel Mboto to say he was done, and then that I should come and take the statement from his office. After that discussion, I documented what he told me.
Okwenzeka ukuthi ke ubana nokhulumisana naye ke umsolwa hambe ke sekuyiwa eRathini kuleso sikhathi ke emuva kokuthi ke semxoxisene naye ngikhulumile naye ke uKenneth Mbotho ke lapho sengibhala phansi ke okwenzeka.
In fact, my lord, it starts from the time I receive a call, now that I recall, to say accused one is arrested and is making some form of admissions, to the arrangements when I go to Fosloras. The time I think is there, it should be around 1900 hours when I interviewed accused number one, the notice of rights, then the arrangement of the conviction up to the time when Colonel Mboto said he was done, my lord.
Kuqala ke manje ke ngoba sengikhumbula ke kuqala ke la engithola khona kucingo ukuthi ke umsolo oqala uboshiwe kukhona ke akushoyo noma ke akuvumayo ke sengihamba ke ngiya khona ke Fosloras kuyofinyelela ke ngesikhathi la uKenneth Mboto eseqhumana nami ethi uqedile. Cabanga ukuthi nesikhathi ke sibhaliwe lapho ke ku 7 wantambama.
And it was on Saturday, my lord. I do recall that it was on Saturday. That entry is on Saturday, the 30th of May 2020. It was Saturday.
Ngiyakhumbula nokuthi kwakungomgqibelo nge-30 zika May 2020 kwakungomgqibelo.
Brigadier, this is what I meant by my question. When you explained, because now according to you, when you allegedly explained those rights according to what you have said to accused number one, and your and your assessment of his clear state of mind, sobriety, and insanity. When you were explaining those rights, were you also writing that information in the diary?
No, my lord. As I indicated, this is a summary. You summarize. I was not taking down a confession or a document from the accused. So I summarize what I was informed. I summarize my engagement. I summarize that I warned him according to his constitutional rights in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution. I didn't go step by step, because then step by step will require me to have a document, and that would have amounted to me then taking the confession myself. So I summarized my engagement leading up to the arrangement of Colonel Mboto, the mobile number I used to find him, and up to the finality of the confession, my lord.
Kwangasikona ukuthi ngangibhala ke konke okwakwenzeka ngoba lokho ke manje kwakuzofuna ukuthi manje sengifuna ke i-document ke kusho ukuthi ke manje sengithatha yona ke i-confession noma ke ugonyuluka kwakuyisifinyezo ke saloko okwakwenzeka ukuthi ngikhulumile naye ukhulumile noKenneth Mbotho kukhona ke lokho akuvumayo ke lokhu phecelezi ke bathi ke i-admitter bekungakuthi bengibhala konke okwakwenzeka.
So in other words, you went through with accused number 1, you went through that which you went through with Mboto, then later on you came and wrote, as what you said, a summary of what you did. In other words, what is normally referred to, you told me you're a legal student, as an ex post facto, in other words, an after effect thing, ex post facto. That is, you did that after you had done the interviews and everything with accused number 1 and Colin Mboto and all those things. That's what you're saying?
No, it's not what I'm saying, my lord. I'm saying as the events will develop, then I will record. Speak to accused number 1. When it was clear that he understands and he has been warned according to his constitutional rights, that will be documented. Then we move to Eraton, because when we left Phosphorus, my lord, to Eraton, at that time, I had not found someone who can assist me with the taking down of the confession. So as we were driving to Eraton, I was phoning different officers who could assist. Up to the time I got hold of Colonel Mboto, who said, yes, I can assist you. So when I got to Eraton and when I heard his details now that he is willing to assist, and his directive is that accused 1 should be taken to Deep Kloof, then I documented that. So I was documenting the events as they were unfolding, not that I parked it, then later then I recorded what transpired. No. Event will take place. When I'm done with that event, then I record. Then we move to the next events, I record. So it was recorded as things were developing. For example, during the day when I received the call, I think it would have been around 1400 hours to say accused number 1 was arrested for the drug dealing case, and there was this form of admission. I recorded in my diary, and then subsequently then moved to Phosphorus. After the activities of Phosphorus, my lord, I recorded those activities. Got to Eraton, I recorded the activities in terms of my interaction with Colonel Mboto.
Ngangibhala ke nanjengoba ke kwenzeka ukuthi nanjengoba ngashayelwa kucingo kwathiwa uboshiwe umsolo wokuqala, uboshelwa ke icala ledakamizwa, ngase ngikubhala ke lokho. Uma ngifika ke eFosloras kwenzeka ke lokho kwenziwe eFosloras, ngakubhala ke lokho sindlulela eEraton, lapho ke engangixhumana khona ke namaphoyisa ke ahlukahlukene, ngaze ngafike ngathola yena ke uKenneth Mboto, washo ukuthi cha angasiza angalekelela ke ngayo ke i-confession leyo, nalapho ke wabesesho ukuthi ucela ke ukuthi ke umsolwa ahanjiswe amikiswe eDeep Kloof. Ngangibhala ngokwenzeka kwegameko.
Brigadier, please allow me to understand you, because I earlier on asked you if you were writing this information as and when you were, for instance, explanation of rights, as and when you were explaining those rights, you will then write this information in your diary. Now, I want to understand it very clear. This noting of the information in your diary about your interaction with accused number 1 at the Phosphorus Peking Bay, when did that happen?
It happened, my lord, that night. So perhaps let me explain it this way, my lord. And I'm referring to the day in question. I received a call indicating accused number 1 is arrested for the drug dealing case, but he seems to be making admission on this matter. Obviously, during the conversation of that call, you can't say now where's the diary you want to record. I followed that conversation, it was concluded. After it was concluded, then I made the entry in terms of the diary. Then it takes us now to phosphorus. I get to phosphorus, I get introduced, I introduce myself. The formalities in terms of the notice of right starts, my lord. We engage, we discuss. And then when that part is concluded, including him now being willing to make a statement freely and voluntarily, then I make that entry. Then we move towards now Eraton, between Phosphorus and Eraton. As we're driving, my lord, I'm embarking on a process of finding an independent officer who can assist me in taking the confession. After some strives, I got hold of Colonel Mboto telephonically, not the diary. I'm driving. This is now a third leg now of the process. Eventually, when he had agreed, I get to Eraton. When I stopped, then I made that entry because he already told me, yes, I can assist. Let the accused be brought to Deep Kloof. In the midst of that, I may have forgotten, my lord. After I got his confirmation, then I phoned Monareng. I think it's also contained in my diary, because I knew that he was part of the people assisting to come and assist in taking accused number 1 to Araton. So events will unfold, then I record while they are still fresh in my mind. I'll record, but not that now, as I'm talking to Colonel Mboto, then it's impossible, my lord. Or as I'm warning the accused, then I'm noting the questions. It's not how it unfolded. That's why I said that would have been the case if I was actually taking the confessions directly to him, and I wasn't in this case.
Uma ke ngachaza ngalendlela ke ngiqale la engathola khona ke ucingo ngitshelwa ke ukuthi umsola uboshiwe mas emuva ke okumnoma ke sesiqedile ke ukukhuluma lapho ke manje ngoba ke awuthi uma ukhuluma ocingweni ubuza ukuthi ikuphi ke idiary uma qedile ukukhuluma lapho ila manje esengibhala khona phansi ke lokho engikutsheliwe siyandlula ke sidlulela khona ke eFosloras yafika eFosloras ngiyakhulumisana naye umsolwa ngiyazethula kumina ngiyazethula kuyena ngimchazela ngamalungelo akhe ke bese siyakhulumisana sesiqedile ke lapho ila engibhala phansi ke lokho okwenzeke khona lapho siyandlula ke sindlulela eEratin nanjoba ngishayela ngihamba ngiya khona ke eEratin ngifonela ke abantu abahlukene ila engithola khona uKennel Mboto futhi ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ngikwazi ukuthi ngikhuluma noKennel Mboto bese ke ngiyabhala phansi kwidiary lokho ke akungeke kwenzeke ngoba ngiyashayela ke nokushayela mase engikhohliwe ke futhi ukuthi ke kuleso sikhathi la futhi engixhumene khona naye ke uMunareng ngimcela ke ukuthi akalekeleleke ukuthi kuthathwe yena umsolwa ahanjiswe asiwe khona ke eEratin nalapho mase ngifika khona ke eEratin ila engifika khona ke ngibhale lokho okwenzeka nokuthi uKennel Mboto wacela ukuthi akabe umsolwa esethathwa ke esiwa khona ke eDeep Kloof.
Now, do I have to understand you, Brigadier, to say that after your interaction with accused number 1 in the vehicle, when you took a decision that you should drive to Ireton according to you, that is when then you made that entry in your diary?
Yes, insofar as my interaction with accused number 1, my lord, insofar as only that portion of our discussion, then it was followed by the events as they were developing, my lord.
Yebo ke uma kufika la khona ngangihlezi khona ke emotweni ngikhulumisana naye ke umsolwa eFosloras mase siqedile ke lapho manje ngaphambilini kokuthi khanjwe ke kiwa khona ke eEratin lokho kwenzeka lapho eFosloras ila manje ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ngihambe ke ngeEratin noma ngishayele ngibhala khona ke.
Thank you, my lord. May I just request a 1 minute indulgence, something that I need to verify with Mr.
Yes, okay.
Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. Now, insofar as the interaction that you had with accused number 1 before you departed to Ireton, you then made that entry in your diary. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, my lord.
Thank you.
Engishoyo ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngihambe ngiye eRatin ila engabhala khona phansi.
Now, Brigadier, you would recall that at the inception of my cross-examination on behalf of accused number 1, we dealt about the prominence and the high profileness of this case, not so?
I recall something to that extent, my lord.
Uzokhumbula ukuthi mangiqala ke ukubuza imibuzo sikhulumile ke ngo indlela ke noma ke ngogqama noma ke indlela ke icala leli ke ebelibonwa ngakhona malibuka ngakhona yebo ngiyakhumbula ke lokho.
Aye, Brigadier, just be honest. It was not something to that extent. We spoke about that. It wasn't just a light thing. You see, just be open, you know, since the court, no, Mr. Minister, yeah, no, you're right, we spoke about that. Not something like that. But be that as may, if that is your answer, then it's fine, let us proceed. In any event, we spoke about something like that. Thank you, Brigadier. And you at the time at which you got involved in this in the investigation of this case, you're already seasoned investigator, not so? More than 25 years in the business, not so?
I have knowledge of investigation, my lord.
Thank you.
That's how I can answer it. Yes.
Engaphendula ngathi ke benginalo ke ulwazi ngokuphenya mala nokuphenya ke nkathi ke ngiqala ukuphenya icala leli.
I'm not so sure if the commissioner basically brought this to your attention and said, Kininda, actually then you're Colonel Kininda. You know, the reason why I want you to go investigate this case is because of the confidence and the level of experience and expertise that you had in investigating. Is that how you understood the reason why you're tasked with the investigation of this case?
I don't know what informed the commissioner's mind, my lord.
Thank you.
All I know is that I was given a mandate to investigate and I followed the mandate.
Angazi ke ukuthi yini eyaholela ekuthini ke commissioner anikeze mina ke engikwaziyo ukuthi nje kwathiwa kina ke angenze lokho ngalandela ke lokho kwathi angikwenze.
I can tell you, Brigadier, that the reason why the commissioner did that is because he had no doubt that you will do a sterling job in investigating this case and come up with something material, and therefore not actually, because this case has been like a hot potato in the subs, you know, then they said to you, Brigadier, can you please assist us as a seasoned investigator? I could not have said that. That only comes from you, from me. That is my view.
I don't know, my lord.
Yes. Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Brigadier, because this was such a high-profile case, and according to you, you had already explained the formal rights of the accused persons to him, and you had noted the conversation that you had with him in the diary. Did you then request him to confirm by him appending his signature in the diary to say, yeah, Sbia, now I want you to confirm that I explained this to you by signing, write your name and sign in the diary that in such and such a time, this is what I did, and such a time, this is what I did with you. Did you do that?
No, my lord, I didn't, and I'll indicate why.
Ingabe wakwenza yini ke manje kuba usho ukuthi wakhulumisana naye ke usibiya ukuthi ke manje uthi ke na ke manje ngesiqinisekiso sibiya ngikhulumile nawe ngicela ke usayinde lana cha angizange ngikwenze lokho ngizoshoka ukuthi kwakungani.
Yes.
My understanding, my lord, of giving, let's start with the formalities. When you want an accused person or a suspect to sign in a formal document in terms of giving that person the Section 35 right in terms of the Constitution, we have a form called 14A. That is an official document in which an accused person or a suspect signed for receiving those rights, and then the person giving those rights then will attach the signature. Now, those are the formalities. That's the first part. That's the second part.
Engakusho ke ukuthi uma ngabe uthi umuntu asayindeke ngenkathi ke umtshela ke ngamalungelo akhe ngokomthetho sisekelo une form ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke i14A ila khona ke asayinda khona ngoba ke uzomnikeza eyakhe kanye nawe ke ekuwena umtshela ke ngamalungelo akhe bese uyasayinda.
I further know, my lord, that when you take down the confession, now when you are writing it down, the form contains rights in terms of Section 35, and then the police officer or the justice of the peace or the presiding officer will then record what he or she notified the deponent, as the deponent will also sign, and that officer or the commissioned officer or the justice of the peace will then sign as well.
Futhi ke uma ngabe umuntu egonyuluka noma kwenziwa ke i-confession kuleya form ke esetshenziswayo lapho enamalungelo akhe ke ngayo section phansi kwakhe section 35 uyasayinda khona ke kanye nalo ekuyena uthatha leso statement naye uyasayinda.
This is different, my lord, when you make entries on the diary during the course of investigation, because these are events that transpired. As much as the utterances that were made by accused number one amounted to a confession, but it was during the course of investigation. And as I've said, at that stage, I applied the best practice rule, which said it is best an independent officer takes the confession. So it was a summary of my interaction. As I indicated, my lord, it starts from the time I reported on duty to the time I'm being informed, to the time of saying I've warned accused one according to his constitutional rights. It goes further to me mentioning Mr. Monareng, phoning him to assist. It goes to Colonel Mboto. It goes to right up to the end. So it's a summary. It's not a formal document where I sit down, put questions, elicit answers, and then at the end, the person before me must now confirm the correctness of the document.
Kuhlukile ke lokho la khona ke uhlezi phansi ke nomuntu ukhulumisana naye ke ngoba lokho kwenzeka ke ngesikhathi sokuqhubekeka ke noma uqhubeka ngalo uphenyo ngishilo ngathi iqale ngesikhathi ke ngiyiqala emsebenzini ngalelanga ngase ngithola ucingo ngase futhi ke ngifonela naye ke uMonareng uKenneth Mbotho lokho ke kona ke kuhlukile kunokuthi ke kune form oyisebenzisayo la khona ke ngishilo ukuthi ke lokho isifinyezo saloku okwenzeka ngalelanga ngoba kuyingxenye yokuqhubeka kophenyo.
That's my response, my lord.
Iyona ke impendulo yami leyo.
Thank you, Brigadier. By the way, at the time at which you did this, were you already Brigadier or a Colonel?
I was a colonel, my lord.
Ngesikhathi ke kwenza lokhu ngangise uKennel ngerank.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, you know that's a problem. When you not follow procedure, because we'll always have explanations such as this one. There is nothing here at court which indicates that at that moment in time you explained rights to accused persons and he acknowledged that you had explained his rights to him. There's nothing, not so, except what you are saying as a word of mouth. Not so.
As a conclusion, I don't think that is correct. We did make the diary available, and the defense, all of them, inspected the diary. This we can see from the proceedings of the 29th of November 2023, that the reference is made to the diary and how the information was recorded. And this information was made available to the defense. The inspector of the diary.
As it is the court, my lord. Although I don't remember that diary being made available to the defense, but that's not an issue here. The issue is, what is it that is there before these courts to indicate that indeed, except for his word of mouth, Brigadier's word of mouth, that he explained those rights to him, which would indicate to this court that indeed, if you don't believe me, look at this. I explained your rights, and you acknowledged that I explained your rights. That's the point. There's nothing. The diary does not say you explained his rights. That is your own inscription. Not so.
My lord, that's not correct. The diary, what I said to the defense counsel is that I may not have recorded explicitly word for word to say, for example, you have a right to remain silent, and this was the response. But the diary indicates explicitly that accused number 1 was warned according to his constitutional rights. And when Advocate Mnisi gets to that diary, he will see that. So the rights were explained to him. I did that, my lord. And out of that is how Colonel Mboto comes into the picture, because you can't engage an independent officer to come and assist you in taking a confession from a suspect when you do not know what the suspect has to say. It doesn't flow. You have to speak to the person, warn him according to his or her rights, understand that this person is willing to make these assertions freely and voluntarily. Then you can activate Colonel Mboto. So Colonel Mboto comes as a result of what transpired here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there, because I'm the one who called him and say he must assist. Then, and I did testify about this, my lord, that when I received the confession statement from him, I realized that what is contained there, it's what the accused said to me. This is accused number 1, where he implicated himself. He said the same thing in that document.
Lana ke akulona ke iqiniso ukuthi akukho la khona ke kunesiqiniseko noma eshoyo khona ukuthi indloko engakwenza noma engakusho kuyena ke umsola uma ke uadvocate Mnisi esefike eseyithola ke le diary eyibheka ke uzokuthola ukuthi kukhona ke lokho engikushoyo ke la ngoba ke ngangeke ngifinyelele kuyena uKenneth Mboto ngingakhulumanga naye ke umsola ngingazi ukuthi yini umsola azoyikhuluma kuyena ke uKenneth Mboto ngoba ke waqala wakusho kumina ke lokho ngase mina ke manje ngiqhumana naye ke uKenneth Mboto eqinisweni ke uma kamuva ke esengitshela kuKenneth Mboto ukuthi useqedile uma ngibheka ke lesa statement lesiya ngathola ukuthi okubhaliwe ke lapha ayikona lokho umsola ayekushilo kumina noma ayekhuluma kumina.
Sorry, where's that diary?
I've got it, my lord. It's in front of me.
Let me have a look at it.
As it please the court, my lord, in the meantime, my attention is drawn to accused number 1.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. Let's show it first to Mr. Balui.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
No? Hello? This is the first time you see that document, Mr. Baloyi?
No. No, obviously not, my lord. In fact, on the record, on the 29th of November 2023,
now show it also to Mr.
specifically references made to the
show it to Mr.
That is unprocedural, my lord. The trial cannot proceed in my absence when I'm still consulting with accused, and then there's a mini trial that is going
and then
on.
show it to Mr. Ramsipedi, and show it to Mr. Ngumalo.
I can't see him.
Okay.
It's of a hieroglyphic handwriting.
Yeah, fine. Show it to Mr. Ramasipidi and Mr. Ngumal.
My Lord, Mr. Sivia says to avoid him to call me now and then, he requested that I arrange for him a piece of paper and a pen
Yeah, no problem.
so that he can write things that he wants me to put across to the witness.
Does he write it in Zulu?
Yes, he's going to. Well, I don't know. I don't know. how
No,
he's
that's
going
why
to
I'm asking
write
that
it.
question, because he
Yes.
doesn't understand English. That's the evidence before this court. Have you seen that, sir?
So I'm busy arranging that paper, my Lord.
Okay,
in the
fine.
meantime. I'm going to stapler that.
And your evidence, Ms. Brigadier, is that that diary was photocopied
It was photocopied
and handed over to the defense.
Yes, in fact, my lord, my recollection of the directive, the instruction of the court was that, because we had to adjourn, was that I must show the defense the original first.
Yeah.
And that's what we did. And then after they saw and perused the originality of the relevant dates, not only this date,
Yeah.
copies was made for all counsel, including Ms. Mshololo, and was given to them, including Advocate Mnisi.
Okay. Do you have that document, sir?
I confirm that copies were made available.
And you all have them, eh?
I can't speak for.
Then at least you saw it.
Yes.
At least you saw it. And Mr. Ngumalo, you saw it also.
I'm still reading, my lord, to see if it's.
No, we're talking about the copy now.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what is written here.
No, we're talking it for purposes.
Purposes.
We're talking about the
Yes.
copy.
I've seen
Did you
it.
receive it?
Yes, I've seen it.
You've received it.
Yes.
Right. I'm the only one who never saw it. Can I have a look at that?
I'm about to finish, my lord.
Was it handed up, that document? It wasn't given a reference number.
No, it wasn't handed up. What happened, my lord, is that we all sat around the witness stand looking at the diary, and it was during the cross-examination of Mr. Mgomezulu. And
so the late Mr. Mgumezulu also saw that diary.
yes, and the court said the brigadier must make the diary, not copies, physically available to all defense counsels. That's when we gathered around.
Is
the
it on
witness
record there?
Sorry? Yes, it's on record.
No, just read it so that
Yeah.
people mustn't say,
Oh, okay, this was on the 29th of November 2023,
yeah.
page 16, line 2, Mr. Mgomezulu, may the matter stand down, and the court says, no, I was going to suggest that the brigadier must make his diary, not copies, physically available to all the defense counsels.
And you say that was done.
Yes, and the court says, I hope nothing happens like when Mohane made a report so that you can all of you can peruse Brigadier Gininda's diary, because he says he was recording these things contemporaneously and I think you should read contemporaneously into his diary, and then if you have any problems with that, you can raise it under cross-examination.
Okay, fine.
As it is the court, my lord, which is exactly what is happening now. I'm raising it under
Now, but the point is,
cross-examination.
you said there's nothing, I'm quoting you, to show that what the brigadier is saying was ever recorded. And his answer was, that is not correct.
Yes.
Okay.
The state says, my lord, before the court says, okay, the state says there was a little meeting there. Every councillor was there. I wasn't there. I would not have attended to that meeting. A little meeting at the corner where people are looking at the diary. I definitely wasn't there. I don't know who else was there, but me, myself, I wasn't there. Maybe Mr. Mgomezulu, yes, then he was representing accused number 1. He could have been there, but I wasn't there. Maybe, and simply because on the basis of the fact that this information does not even form part of the court exhibit, I don't know anything about it. But my lord, that is not the gist. This information in the diary here is not in dispute. I mean, if the court can really hear me and hear me well, the witness can hear me and hear me well, and the state, the prosecution can hear me and hear me well. I am not disputing that that information was made in the books. It could have been written there as it is now. When it was written, I don't know. But the issue is, Brigadier Kininda is giving an impression to the court that is to demonstrate that indeed he explained accused number one's right, and he also made an he also came to the conclusion, or that he was satisfied that accused persons at the time when he explained his rights was in his sane and sober senses, and he was in his clear mind. Now the issue is, did accused number one append his signature on the diary as an acknowledgement, as a form of an acknowledgement that yes, Brigadier, I am going to sign, as an indication that you indeed explained my rights?
No, but he's answered this question.
And
Sorry, he says that's not the procedure. The procedure, according to him, is the way he did it.
yes,
Nobody signs except himself. He writes on the diary.
yes, my lord, yes,
And then he says, because he's not taking a confession.
yes,
And then the person who takes the confession, he gets a form
yes,
where the person that is his officer, like Mboto, for instance,
yes,
asks the questions. There are answers given by whoever.
yes.
After getting to the end of the page, you sign, he signs, just like that. Am I quoting correct, sir?
That's correct, my lord.
That's how I understood. Nobody signs, in other words, in the car.
Yes, nobody, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Thank you, Brigadier. So, what you've just, or what you note in the diary in your diary, it's just something neutral in demonstrating that you explained accused person's right, because there is no acknowledgement by accused of the fact that you explained his rights. Not so.
But my lord, you can't document it. This is what I'm saying. There are procedures as to when do you use an official document to give the rights to the accused in terms of Section 35. And that is why I'm saying the formality. In the diary, it's a register that is given to officers to record their duties. The formalities in terms of Section 35 rights are contained in the SAPS 14A. That is a formal form where an accused person formally is given. Second to that, in this instance, it's a confession itself. Closer to that, my lord, you will find in the warning statements, because the rights are also contained. So those are the documents. Here it was investigation. I was documenting what was unfolding right up to Colonel Mboto. But you can't take this, my lord, in isolation of the end product, because the product of Colonel Mboto is as a result of this. And in there, the rights are clearly explained, and accused number one signed with the officer that was taking the confession, that being Colonel Mboto.
Engikushoyo ke lana ukuthi ke lana ke uqhubeka kophenyo ukwenziwa kophenyo ke la akukho la khona ke assigned khona ke umsolo wakhe, kodwa ke awukwazi ukuthatha lokhu ke ungakuhlanganisi naloko okwenzeke egcineni ekuyila khona ke uKolonel Mboto wathatha istatement wasigna khona ke umsolwa naye ke uKolonel Mboto, futhi ke amalungelo akhona ke lapha yana zikhona ke futhi ke noma ke ama documents ekuma 14A i warning statement kanye nayo ke futhi ke confession ekuyila assigned khona ke kodwa la akukho la assigned khona ke ngoba ke i-diary incwadi ke oyinikezwayo ukuthi ke ubhale phansi umsebenzi wakho noma lokho kwenzayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. We are agreeing that that information in the diary that you wrote there is not an indication that accused person agrees or agreed that you explained his rights, not so.
My Lord, I explained his rights, and that is why, as I said, I wrote in the diary that I explain his right in terms of Section 35, Section 35 of the Constitution of this country, my Lord. And I'm saying this has to be read together with the confession of Colonel Mboto because it flows from there. Colonel Mboto was not part of the investigation. All he was asked by me is to say, I have a person who wants to make a confession. Then he kicks in the formal form that contains the notice of rights, etc., etc. This part was the starting part that led to Colonel Mboto. So this is corroborated with what was said to Colonel Mboto, because if this part was not correct, then Colonel Mboto's existence will become zero. It will not come to an existence. He would have come and said, I've got nothing to say. The existence of Colonel Mboto was activated by me due to the assertions or conversation I had with accused number one of him being willing to make a confession, my Lord, to an independent officer.
Amalungelo akho ngawachaza ke noma ngamchazela ke ngawo ingakho ke sase siyofinyelela kuyena ke uKenneth Mboto ngoma uma ukuthi lokhu ke okubhalwe la kule yami diary ke kwangasilona ke iqiniso ke bengeke kube nalutho ke ebuya ngakuhlangothi lakhe uKenneth Mboto wayezofika ke la enkantolo athi cha akukho ekungakusho ukuze ke kube khona ke uKenneth Mboto ingoba ke kuqale uphenyo ke engangilenza lokho akusho kumina ke kwaholela ekuthini ngithole yena ke uKenneth Mboto.
Now, Brigadier, you mentioned earlier on that you had to satisfy yourself that accused person was in his sane and sober senses and that his mind was clear. Now, and you further said that you did that, or you could see that he had a clear mind, that he was insane in sober senses, by the manner in which he was responding to you, not so? As you are saying, allegedly, explaining his rights, and some of the information that he gave you subsequent to your explaining his rights to him, not so?
Yeah, but I also said, my Lord, I asked him.
Yes.
So there was a specific response. There was a question put to him specifically whether he took any substances or intoxicating substances, and the answer was no.
Agcina nje kuthini ke ngikhulume naye ke ngimbone ukuthi cha ke wangisemqondweni ngokuphelele kungekho kumphazamisayo kodwa ngishilo ukuthi ke kunombuzo ke engambuza wona ke ukuthi ingabe akukho yini akusebenzisa noma ayingaphuzile yini.
So in addition to that, my Lord, my observation, I had to form an opinion of what is it that I see before me, and I was of the view that he is in his sober and clear senses. So but it was not one part, it was this part supported by his assertion, his responses to me, which to me made sense because in my observations, that's what I've noted also, my Lord.
Kwase kufuthi ke kuba yilokho mina ke engikubonayo ke kathi ngihlezi naye ke ngikhulumisana naye ke so kwakungasiyona ke nje into eyodwa yilokho akushoyo kumina ke nokuthi futhi ngambuza ke nokuthi nami ngimbheke ngimbone ukuthi ke ukusiphi isimo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Did you ask him when he was arrested, the time at which he got arrested?
No, it was not relevant, my Lord. I was already informed. I don't see how I can answer it this way. It was not relevant. I was informed, as I said, by the members that he is arrested during the day of that day. So I was aware. That information was made available to me, I think around 2 or so, or just after 1400 hours. So I was aware. There was no point for me to ask him that question, my lord.
Kwakungekho ke noma singekho ke isidingo sokuthi ke ngibuze ke ukuthi waboshwa ngasikhatsini ngoba ngase ngitsheliwe ke lokho abaphenyi noma ke ithimba leli ke kwakuyilona elali hamba naye ke babe sebengitshelile ke emini ngabo ma2 ukuthi ke waboshwa nini sasingekho isidingo sokuthi ngimbuze.
So was it also not relevant for you to ask him if he had something to eat, he had something to drink? Like, is it not alcohol? Like water, could drink and
No,
so forth?
No,
So
no.
it was also not necessary for you to ask him those questions?
No. What was important to me, my lord, as I've said earlier, was to ensure that he understands his constitutional rights. And that is why I said I warned him twice. First, I gave him his rights in terms of the constitution when I arrived because I knew he was arrested. And then we moved to the second part where I elicit the responses. And then we moved to the confession. So my focus was to ensure that he understands his constitutional rights, which he did. And then we moved to the next part where I wanted to understand or rather establish what does he select to do. And then upon receiving those answers, then we moved to the confession. So we didn't come to the issues of food and during that discussion, my lord.
Nkathi ke ngikhulumisana naye ke okokudla ke noma ke inkulumo ephathelene nako ke ukudla zange sifike kuzona ke mina ke kwakusengitsheliwe ukuthi ke uboshiwe nokuthi ke ngitholeke ukuthi ngabe amalungelo akhe uyawazi yini noma ke uwachazele yini base ke sasesindlulela ke la esesiyofikela khona ke la eseyogonyuluka khona noma ezoyokhuluma naye ke uKennel Mbotho.
So your short answer to my short question is you did not deem it fit or necessary, it is not necessary for you to ask him if he had something to eat.
No, my lord, in terms of the constitutional rights, there is no such question that you must give that right to a suspect. You give the right in terms of Section 35 constitutional rights. There is no such. What I made clear to him is the rights that are contained in terms of the Constitution and that he is free to speak to me freely and voluntarily. And that is why I moved away the members who arrested him so that I can remain with him to create a sense of accountability. And if he raised such, for example, that he needs water, he needs to eat, I would have assisted him. There would have been no reason for me if such was asked to me for me to say no. But there was no such that was posed, and my focus was the issue of the constitutional rights, which he clearly understood and elected in terms of the responses that he wanted to do.
Mina ngoba ke uma ufundela umuntu noma ke amalungelo lawo akhona ke ku sekelo ke akukho la ekhuluma khona ke ngokuthi ke kufanele ukubuze ke ngokudla mina ke ngangigcele ekuthini ngenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ke amalungelo akhe ke uyawazi noma ke uyawezwa ingakho ke ngacela ke nalaba engafika ke bekhona lapho ukuthi ake basishiye ke kube yimina naye ke ukuze naye ke azokhululeka uma ngabe ekhulumisana nami uma sasikhona ke isicelo sinjalo ukuthi ucela amanzi noma ucela ukudla ke ngangizomsiza noma ngangizomlekelela ngalokho.
Sorry, my lord, the other part that is close to the question that Advocate Mnisi is asking me is the right that says, because I gave it to him, I knew he was already detained, is the right that says he's got a right to be detained in an environment that is suitable with human conditions. So that is suitable to a human condition. Obviously, that includes water, food, and so forth. So that's how far I would think I would have taken this part, because I explained this right on the background of knowing that he is already arrested for the case of drug dealing.
Ilungelo ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke lincikileke noma ke liseduze ke kulelo ke likhona ke nalo kumalungelo abasola noma ke umuntu oboshiwe abafundelayo ukuthi unelungelo ke lokuthi ke uma eboshwa ke indawo ke agcinwa noma avalelwa kuyona ke kube yindawo ke ehambisana ke nendlela ekuyiyona noma efanelekile nezimo zaba noma ehambisana nezimo umuntu ekufanele ahlale ngaphansi kwazo.
Brigadier, is that what is also contained in your diary? That you told to him that as part of, I had it at the back of my mind, that is because he's a detained person, he had to be kept in humanly possible conditions and all those. Is that also what is contained in your diary?
No, it's not contained, my lord. But what is contained in my evidence previously, not only now, is that the accused was warned twice. I did indicate, and I did say on the previous record that the first part was because I was aware that he was detained. I was informed, and I wanted to make sure that he understands his rights insofar as the second part. The second part, I was now moving to this matter and trying to establish what is it that he elects to do insofar as this matter is concerned, my lord.
Okwenzeka ke lokhu ongizobona ukuthi ke ngakusho ke cha akubhaliwe noma kukho kwi-diary kodwa ke engikushilo ngaphambilini engisakusho namanje ukuthi ke uma exwayiso ngawo amalungelo akhe lokho kwenziwa ke kabili ngoba ngangazi ukuthi kwayiboshiwe ke ngenza ke isiqinisekiso sokuthi ke lokho futhi ngiyakwenza ke ngimtshele ngawo amalungelo akhe uma sengidlulela ke manje kuleli ke icala ke mayelana nokuthi ke yini ke ayikwaziyo ke mayelana naleli cala ngaphinde futhi ke ngamexwayisa ngawo amalungelo akhe.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, you are saying a person can only be given you made mention of this 14A right so many times. I'm trying to make sense of under what context did you really mention that, but I heard you saying a person can be given his full rights in terms of the section 4A notice, 14A notice. Did I hear you well there?
No, not correctly. You heard me partly, my lord. And I was responding to the question to say the formalities when you give an accused or a suspect rights in terms of the constitution. The first form that you will have is SAP 14A that gives the constitutional rights of the suspect or the accused person that is being detained. So I was flowing in terms of the formalities. In other words, the official document that compels police officers to give rights, because when a person gets detained, you have to give this form. It must be completed by the police officer, the accused person must sign, and the police officer that administers those rights must also sign. And I said that was the first part. Then I said the second part, when the officer, like in this instance, Colonel Mboto, is taking down or was taking down the confession, then he has a duty based on that pro forma to give the constitutional rights to the accused because they are contained. And in that form, there is a space where the deponent, meaning the accused, has to sign and Colonel Mboto has to sign. And then I said, thirdly, when you deal with a warning statement, and I'm talking about official documents, my lord, there is a portion as well that deals with the constitutional rights of the accused. And then the accused person must sign, and the officer, the member that is taking the warning statement, must also sign. And I was saying, this diary that I was dealing with, it's not one of those documents. It's a police diary where I need to document my activities as I conduct my duties officially. And I recorded them in summarizing my investigation.
Uma bengikhuluma ngayo ke i14A bengikhuluma lana ke ngawo ke ama documents ekuyiwona ke asetshenziswayo ke asemthethweni ke la khona ke futhi umsolwa ke asayinda khona ukuthi uma ngabe umuntu eboshwa amanye ke ama documents oqala awatholayo ke anamalungelo akhe uyasayinda khona nalo omnikezayo futhi abese sayinda. Okwesibili ke ngakhuluma ngayo ke i-confession lena ukuthi ke nalapho ke amalungelo akhe mangichazela ke ngawo abese yasayina futhi nalowo ekuyiyena othatha leyo confession kuyena naye assign. Okwesithathu ke ngakhuluma ngayo i-warning statement, ngikhuluma lana ke ngama documents ekuyiwona ke assignedwayo ekugcineni ke ngabe sengikhuluma ngayo ke lena i-diary ukuthi yona ke akusiyona ke enye yalawo ma documents la khona ke umsola azosayina khona.
Thank you, Brigadier. So you recognize the fact that there are official documents which have been designated by SABC members in dealing, not SABC members, by the SABC institution, by the police institution in dealing with suspects or arrested people or detained people. And they are the section 14A notice of right, as you're putting it, the official document, which is the document that is used by an officer who takes a confession. If there's going to be a confession that gets taken, and there is that warning form, that 13M in bracket M form, which are the documents that the accused persons should also sign after the person that is reading out that information to them is also signed, not so?
My lord, it is so. However, you see, because these forms I'm talking about, my lord, for example, 14A, let's deal with it. It kicks in at the cells. It does not mean that when you meet the accused person on the street or a suspect, you do not have to notify them of their constitutional right. You have a duty. In fact, you are compelled to do that before you start doing anything. The 14A, the taking down of the confession, the taking down of the warning statement comes at a later stage. But as soon as you engage a suspect, you have a duty to warn that suspect person according to his constitutional rights, even if you don't have the 14A. That is why, my lord, you'll see, for the sake of convenience and making things easier, previously in the pocket books for non-commissioned officers, they will then record those rights so that if they don't remember, they can read the rights to the arrested person, because it's a constitutional right that the person must be aware what is getting himself into with the police when he answers question or what he elects to do. 14A will kick in at the police station, but between the time of arrest and the police station, a lot would have transpired. Same like with this accused. From the time I engage him to the time that he was detained in Valera later, a lot had transpired. So it was his constitutional right to be fully aware of his constitutional rights and elect what he wants to do freely and voluntarily, my lord.
Uma sikhuluma ke nge14A, i14A yona ke manje iza kamuva noma ke yona ke iza ke kuma cell kuyafana ke nayo ke iconfession lena ke, kodwa lokho akusho ke ukuthi uma ngabe uhlangana naye ke umsolwa estradini ukuthi manje uma ungeyona lama documents ungenawo ke ukuthi ungamtsheli ke ngawo amalungelo akhe, ngoba ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ama documents lawo kuwena ke awaphethe. Kodwa ngaso nasiphi isikhathi uma ke uhlangana naye ke umsolwa, okokuqala okwenzayo ukuthi umtshela ngawo amalungelo akhe, ngoba ke phakathi kwalesikhathi ke ohlangana naso nomsolwa noma ke eboshwa kufinyela kwisikhathi ke la efinyela khona ke kuma cells, kuningi ke okwenzekayo kuleso sikhathi, nalana ke kwenzeka ukuthi ngenkathi eboshwa eyake eValeria esefuthi ke eyohlangana nombote, kuningi ke okwenzekile. Kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi ke ungamtsheli noma ungamaziswe ngawo amalungelo akhe. Ingakho ke inkathi zangaphambilini ke bekunalokho bekubizwa ngokuthi ke ama pocket book, ukuthi ke uma ngabe ke umuntu engasewakhumbuli bebethi bawabhale phansi ukuze amfundele wona.
But Brigadier, my question was, do you then recognize and acknowledge that the official documents were in or that are supposed to be used where a suspect is either in detention, has been arrested, or is in custody, or when an interview gets conducted with him, are those documents wherein that suspect, after having received the content of those documents from the officers that are dealing with them, they also need to sign in those documents alongside the officer who would have read out that information to them. Not so. That you acknowledge, not so.
I acknowledge what is being said, my lord. What I don't want to come out unclear is that this part comes after the rights are already administered way before. It does not mean that when you come across the suspect that during the course of investigation, then you must automatically have the 14A. You will not find it. It's lying in the holding cells. You embark on investigation, you come across the suspect, you have a duty to warn that person according to his or her constitutional rights. There is no form there in terms of the 14A. There is no warning statement, and there isn't a confession form even for that matter. But you have a duty to inform this person of his and her rights. You can't keep that part away and say this part is silent until you formalize the recordings at the police station. It starts there, and then the answers that are given to you by that person must be respected as well. And then the end product in terms of the formal document kicks in later, warning statement. So the warning statement and the registers I'm referring to are on the other side, not at the beginning, my lord.
Engishoyo ngikhulumayo ke lana yebo ungasho ukuthi ke kulawo ma documents lawo uyasayinda ke lo okunika uyena onikeza amalungelo nalona futhi ekuyena owanikayo noma ke owashoyo ke kodwa ke lokho ke kuhlangana nako ke e-police station noma ke kuma-cell akusho ukuthi uma ngabe uhlangana naye ke umsolo noma ke inkathi yokwenza kwakho ke uphenyo ukuthi ke ngoba lapho ke i-warning statement ayikho, i-SAP 14A ayikho kanye nayo ke i-document le ama-confessions ayikho, kodwa ke lokho akukuvimbi ukuthi ke ungamtsheli noma ke ungamchazeli ke ngawo amalungelo akhe, ngoba lokho kufanele ukuthi ke ukwenzeke kamuva ke uma ngabe usufikile khona ke police station yila khona ke ama-documents esengena khona.
Let's go back to the parking, Brigadier. Remember, we're still at the parking, at the parking lot or the parking base of Fort Lawrence police station. Thank you. Now, Brigadier, as a seasoned investigator, there's a police station. We are actually within the precinct of the police station. I don't know how far that police station was from you, from where you conducted that interview with the accused person while seated in that red Golf. But you are at the police station. Is there anything that really stopped you from saying, accused, let me go and request that we be allocated with an office in this police station for us to go sit in the police station in the office to conduct this investigation?
My lord, no. There was nothing that prohibiting me, but as I've said, my lord, you need to take the context of how we found ourselves there and what was pending. And that's why I explained that I was informed by the members that they were en route. If I wanted to interview the accused, if there were no other engagements, I would have told them to bring him directly to the provincial office or the national office, because that's my office. But not wanting to interfere with their line of investigation, when they told me they were going to Phosphorus, I asked them to meet me at Phosphorus police station because they were en route. That's the first part, my lord. Then the second part, I had no knowledge of knowing in advance that when I get to accused number one, he will confirm that he's making a confession and make a confession to me. I didn't know. Now, with that limited information, on what basis do I activate the formalities of the office to do what, my lord? Because like I said, if I go to him and I detected that, for example, he was not in his sober and clear senses, that would have been the end of my engagement with him in terms of protecting his right. Or if I go to him and he says, no, I've changed my mind, I do not want to make any statements, that is the end of it. Meaning, when this discussion between myself and him ends, the members must carry on with the investigation, because the purpose was not to interfere with the investigation. It was only when it became clear that he was implicating himself in this case and he was willing to make a statement freely and voluntarily to someone independent, that I then kicked in and said, let's go to Ayrton. So I could not have arranged an office for something that I do not know at the time, my lord.
Akukho ke okwakungivimba ukuthi ke ngingasebenziseki ehhovisi nanjengoba ke sasi lapho ke eFosters lase police station, kodwa ngangizothi uma manje sengenza ke amalungiselelo ukuthi ngihambe ngehhovisi ngithi ngiyokwenzani ke lapho, ngoba ke angazi ukuthi wayini awazoyikhuluma kumina ke nokuthi wayizothi yebo lokhu ke okuzwile yebo ngisakusho ngiyaqhubeka ngamo, noma uma ngifika kuyena athi cha lokhu ke okuzwile angisaqhubekeki ngakho angisakusho ke futhi ke lana okunye futhi okufanele unakeke ukuthi lana ke kwakuphenywa ke kuphenywa elinye icala bangitshela ukuthi baya ephosphorus ila engabacela khona ukuthi asihlanganeni ke ephosphorus manje ke ukuthi ke isikhathi sasizosola kuphi ke nokuthi ngizokuthi ngikwenza kanjani ukuthi ngihambe ngiyocela ihhovisi khona lapho ngingazi ukuthi yini le engangizoyitshelwa uyena umsolwa kungenkathi ke esengikhuluma naye esengitshela ke lokho angitshela khona la engathi khona ke manje sekulungeleke ukuthi angakhuluma nelinye iphoyisa elingahlangene naloluphenyo ngathi ke akuhanjwe kuyiwe eErathini.
Brigadier, there's nothing that we're disturbing here. You are already at the police station. In any event, you had already disturbed their movement by saying to them, let us meet at the police station. We are now at the police station. And you know that there's a person, you knew that there's a person that I needed to conduct an interview with, and I'm within the precinct of the police station. And you are saying it was not necessary for you to request an office in that police station where you are, where you could have, which office you could have utilized to conduct this interview with the accused person. Is that what you're saying?
No, no, my lord. I think I've tried to explain, my lord, and I'll repeat again. The members, the arresting team that arrested accused number 1 were en route to Phosphorus. That is why I had to drive and meet them in Phosphorus so that I don't take them out of their route from the place where accused number 1 was arrested. So that's the first part, my lord.
Okoqala ke nanjengoba bengishilo ukuthi ithimba leli ke babephenya futhi basho ke ukuthi basebenzele yakhona ke ephosphorus ingakho ngathi ke asihlanganeni ephosphorus ngingabakhiphi ke la umzila lo ababehamba kuona noma umgwaqo lo ababehamba kuona.
And secondly, my lord, I did not know what accused number 1 will say to me in advance because I didn't speak to him. I was just told he's making some form of admission. I needed to speak to him, and to make sure that he is aware of his rights, as I alluded, my lord. When that part was done, that's when then I made a request to divert them from their way now to say, please, park what you are doing, let us proceed now to Erathon, because then this part for me, it was important that the interest of justice, insofar as this matter is concerned, is also taken into account in light of the confession that he was making. But that came after, my lord, it became clear that he was aware of his right, freely and voluntary, making such assertions, and he was willing to make the confession to an independent officer. For example, my lord, had he said to me, yes, I want to make a confession, but I want to make it to you, I don't want to go to an independent officer, then yes, I would not have taken the confession in the car. I would have then found it necessary to arrange an office there to sit down and formalize the writing if he made that choice. But when he said, yes, I'm willing, then I started making the arrangements. Prior to that, I didn't see a need, my lord, to arrange an office at Phosphorus ACPS.
Okwesibili ke ngangakwazi awayizokusho kumina ke umsolwa ngokwakufanele ukuthi ngihlangane naye ke ngikhulumisane naye ngibe nesiqiniseko sokuthi amalungelo akhe uyawazi uyawezwa ngiqiniseke futhi ukuthi ke ngokwasemqondweni ke umqondo wakhe ke akukho okumphazamisayo ke ukwisimo sokuthi ke angathi akhulumeke kusemuva ke ukuthi ngikhulumile naye ke ngase ngizwa ke lokhu ayengitshela kona la engenza isicelo kulaba ke babehamba naye ke ukuthi manje ke ngenxa ke yobulungiswa kusemqoka ke lokhu angitshela kona ke ngiyacela ukuthi manje ngabisaqhubeka asimini ngalokhu nina ke ebenikuzele lana kodwa ke siqhubeke ngalokhu futhi ke uma kuwukuthi wayeshilo ke kumina yebo ngazi ukuthi ke lokho abayikusho wayigonyuluka noma kuyi confession kodwa ke ngoba wayeshilo ukuthi uyimisela ukuthi angakhuluma ke nomunye engasiyona ke ingxenye yethimba leli liphenyayo ngase ke ngimdlulisela ke na ke uKenneth Mboto kodwa uma kuwukuthi wayekhethe ukuthi yebo ngiyafuna ukuthi ngikhulume kodwa ngifuna ukukhuluma kuwena ke yila engangizofuna khona ke ihhovisi khona lapha epolice station kodwa ayisikona lokho awakukhetha.
Thank you, Brigadier. I see you taking off your jacket. It's getting hot. I would have requested to take my gown out as well. It's really getting hot. But unfortunately, ethics do not allow me to do that. Thank you, Brigadier. Are you then saying, Brigadier, that you needed to know first what the accused would have said before you would have requested for an office there at Fort Lawrence police station?
No, my lord. I'm saying I could not have arranged an office when I do not know what I'm arranging an office for. That is the essence of my question, of my response. I arrange an office for what purpose? The members are telling me their own route to phosphorus. I know based on that information, my lord, based on my experience, it can go two ways. I can go there, the accused may have changed his mind, the members must carry on with their line of investigation. Hence, I wanted to meet them en route of what they were doing. Or he decided now, I don't want to carry on with what I've said. You know, I didn't know, my lord. And based on that, I could not have arranged an office for something that I don't know. That's what I'm saying, my lord.
Engikushoyo ukuthi ngangazi ukuthi ke yini ke engangizofika uma ngifika kena ke umsolo ayisho kumina ke ngangafika lapho aqhubeke ngempela nalokho engakutshela ukuthi yikona ayivuma ngangafika lapho athi kumina ke cha angisakhulumi ke lento oyizwile ukuthi ayiyona ke ngishoyo futhi manje bangishilo ke ukuthi ke babeqhubeka ke nophenyo labo ngase ngibacela ukuthi asihlangane khona ke eForce ngangeke ke ngifune ihhovisi ngingazi ukuthi yini ngizothi ihhovisi ngilifunelani yini engizoyitshela uyena umsolo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Are you again, Brigadier, saying that you did not arrange or you did not request an office at Fort Lawrence police station in whose packing you conducted this interview with this accused, when you knew that the reason why you had to go to Fort Lawrence police station was to go and interview accused? Number one. That interview of accused number one, was that not the reason why you should have requested for an office at Fort Lawrence police station?
No, my lord.
Yes.
Investigations, when you're embarking on an investigation, and I'm saying this with greatest respect, I'm not aware that when we investigate, every time you want to engage with an accused person or a suspect, you must arrange an office for them. Suspects get arrested on the street, they're given their rights. Police officers, based on the information that they have, if they need to follow it up, they follow it up. You can't say first you must go to the office before you start questioning a person to follow up certain things. That's not how it's done. It's not practical. It's if you have knowledge, meaning like the end results where the person, meaning accused number one, says, I am willing to make this confession to a free and independent person, then the formalities of the person and the arrangement and the offices kicks in. But you cannot now, when you meet the suspect for the first time, it must be taken note, my lord, that this was the first time I was meeting accused number one myself. I didn't know what he was going to say. I was going there first to ensure that his rights, he's aware of his rights and hear what he needs to say. It was in the scope of investigation. What do I arrange for what, my lord, when I've not heard what he wants to say to me, and what mechanism I'm going to put in place to document what he's telling me? It was premature, my lord.
Kumina ke ukuthi ke ngifuneke ihhovisi ngithi ke ngizocela ihhovisi ngangizothi lokho ngikwenzelani ke ngoba ke kuyenzeka ukuthi ke abasolwa ke akukho engikwaziyo mina ke njengephoyisa engikwaziyo ukuthi ke uma ngabe uhlangana naye umsola kufanele umthathe ke noma uhlangane naye ke ehhovisi abasolwa ke bayaboshwa noma bayavinjwa ke emgwaqweni kwenziweke kodwa uma ngabe manje sekufanele ke kuthathwe ke istatement labakhonjuluka khona ama confessions ila seqala khona ukuthi kukhulunyweke ngeendaba zamahhovisi kwakuqala ke ngihlangana naye ke umsola woqala ngalela langa ngakho ke ngangazi ukuthi kwakuyini ayezoyikhuluma noma ke ayezoyisho mina.
Brigadier, wait. Are you saying for a suspect to be accorded the dignity as a human being of being interviewed in an office, the interviewer first needs to know what is it that the suspect will be telling him? Is that what you're telling this court?
No, but that's not what I'm saying, my lord. And it's incorrect to say that. My understanding of the constitutional rights, my lord, in terms of Section 35, there is nowhere in that provision where it says those rights must be given in an office. What the Constitution make it very clear is that the suspect must be made aware of his constitutional rights. Whether it's in the car, whether you're standing with him, he must know his rights. There is no provision that says it must be in an office as part of his constitutional rights. I'm not aware of that. That is why I said that was not something I could have arranged, because I didn't know what he was going to say, except to be focusing on his constitutional rights and then moving it from there, my lord.
Engishoyo ukuthi ke kuona ke umthetho sisekelo angazi kukhona noma la usho khona ke ukuthi ke uma kufanele uchazeleke noma usho amalungelo ke nomsola ukuthi lokho kufanele ke ukwenze ehhovisi. Engishoyo ukuthi ke okwami kwakuqinisekisa ke ukuthi lapha yana amalungelo akhe uyawachazela futhi ke uyawezwa ngalendlela leyo ke awachazelwa noma ashiwo ngayo uyena.
Thank you, Brigadier. That is your understanding of how the process happens or should be done, not so. Your own understanding, not so.
No, that's not my understanding. It's what Section 35 says. Nowhere in Section 35 does it say those rights must be given in an office. I've read it, my lord. There's no such edition or section that says it must be done at the office. Whether it's on the street or even in the accused's house, when we are engaging him, what I'm aware, he or she must be made aware of his constitutional rights, and the responses, whatever the person elects to do, must then be respected in terms of the Constitution. There is no insertion there that says it must be in the offices. I'm not aware of such, my lord.
Engishoyo ukuthi ke mina angazi kukhona noma ke akukho lapho kuona ke umthetho sisekelo la eshoyo khona ke ukuthi lokho makwenziwa kufanele kwenziwe ke ehhovisi. Akusiyona ke indlela engichaza ngayo, kodwa ngithi nje akukho lapho umthetho sisekelo. Uma ngabe umnikeza amalungelo lokho ungakwenza la uhlangana naye khona noma kusemgaqweni noma kusendlini yakhe, ukuthi nje okuba kusemqoka ukuthi kufanele ukuthi awatshele.
Brigadier Kininda, on the same token, which is your interpretation of Section 35, that very same Section 35 does not say the explanation of these rights can be done where you want to go do them, not so. Section 35 simply says these rights must be explained. It doesn't say you need to go and explain them wherever you are or in the body or in the office, not so.
My lord, my understanding of us police officers, when we start now looking at Section 35, you look into that section when you engage with a suspect person that you're investigating, so that that person is aware of the investigation that you're conducting, his constitutional right in terms of what he needs to do in terms of lawyers and all other rights that are there, my lord. That is my understanding. So that engagement is not limited to the office, to the street, to anywhere. And that's why I said there is no specification which says it must be done only in the offices. Wherever you engage the person of interest, a suspect, as long as you know that now this person before you is a suspect and you want to engage with this individual in terms of the case you are investigating, it is your duty to inform that person in terms of his constitutional rights, wherever that person may be, my lord. Whether it's a bedroom, it's on the street, it's on the car, my understanding of that provision is that you have an obligation to make that person aware of his rights before you engage that person in terms of your investigation.
Nanje ngamaphoyisa ke sikwaziyo ukuthi noma ke okushiwo uyena ke uShekin 35 akukho la agcizelela khona ke noma ashoyo ke khona ke ukuthi lokho kufanele kwenziwe endaweni ethize noma endaweni ethizeni la uhlangana khona ke noma lo muntu uhlangane naye emgwaqweni noma lo muntu uhlangane noma ke uhlangane naye esekampeni lakhe esendlini yakhe, akukho la ethi khona ke kufanele kube sehhovisi noma endaweni ethize. Okusemqoka ukuthi nje ngaphambili kokuthi ke ungaqhubeka wenze noma yini ke ofuna ukuthi uyenzeke naye, kufanele ukuthi amalungelo lawo akhe awachazele.
So those are the reasons why, Brigadier, you then decided to conduct this interview. And I want you to mark this word interview as we close for today with accused number 1 in the motor vehicle. Those are the reasons why you decided to conduct this interview with accused number 1 in the vehicle, because Section 35 does not prescribe where these rights must be explained. That you did not know what this accused person would have come and tell you, and all these other things that you said.
No, my lord, I'm saying Section 35 does not limit, that's my understanding of Section 35, limit you as a police officer to only give those rights when the accused person or suspect is sitting in the office. You have a duty to give those rights even if he's on the street. Once you know this person is a person of interest and you want now to pursue that person in the course of investigation. That is why I emphasize the point, my lord, that it was part of this investigation that made me to go to Phosphorus. It was not an issue of saying, I'm going now to Phosphorus to take a warning statement, a formal interview. That is a different situation. That was not what drove me to Phosphorus. It was part of the investigation. In the midst of the investigation, then we engaged in terms of Section 35. Subsequent to the response that was given to me, when I said to accused number 1, I have a reason to believe that you are involved in the, you may be involved in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa. Then the utterances then changed the direction, as I'm saying, my lord, that led to Colonel Mboto. The purpose was investigation. This is important. And then the rights is the paramount key that the accused must be aware of. His responses then moved the direction to Colonel Mboto.
Lana ke ngangayile noma ngangayi eFosloras ngoba ngangiya lapho ngiyothatha khona ke i-warning statement kwakuyingxenye ke yoqhubeka nophenyo kulokho ke noqiniseka ke futhi ke ukuthi amalungelo akhe ngiyamtshela nokuthi futhi ke uyawezwa kulokho ke noma ke mase ngimtshela ke noma ngisho ke nake ukuthi ke nginezathu sokholelwa ukuthi ke uyambandakanyeka ekubulaweni kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa impendulo zakhe ke noma ke lokho akusho emuva kwalokho ekwaholela ke ekuthini siyofinyelela ke noma siyofica kuyena uKolonel Mboto.
Now, Brigadier, we know that the point at which we are now, you are at the police station. We are not in the bushes, we are not in the field, we are not in the streets, we are in the perimeters of the police station. Not so?
Yes, we agree, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo siyavuma ukuthi sasise police station lapho.
My lord, it's 3:30. May I request for an adjournment for the day?
Okay.
Thank you.
Available tomorrow, sir?
Yes, I am, my lord.
Okay. Again until tomorrow, 10.